We're alive.
Good evening, everyone. This meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board is now called to order. Today we are Tuesday, November the 23rd, 2021. This is our 35th virtual meeting. Melissa, good evening. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Rios,
Here.
Vice Chair Katz,
Excused.
Member Beachside,
Here.
Member Bienvenue,
Here.
Member Guida,
Here.
Member Larson,
Here.
Member Roybal.
Excused.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Staff, are there any changes to the agenda? Carly?
Madam Chair, no.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Bienvenue so moves.
Beachside seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. We have two sets of minutes and are there any changes to the minutes of November the 9th, 2021? Anybody? Let me see. I don't see any hands that are up. So I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of November 9th.
Beachside moves to approve the minutes from November 9th.
Wait a second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Abstain.
thank you. Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. We also have minutes of October the 26th, 2021. Any changes to those minutes? Anyone? It appears not. Entertain a motion to approve the minutes of October 26th, 2021.
Rita moves to approve those minutes.
Larson second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Abstain.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
And thank you very much. We have 6 findings of fact and conclusions of law. Any changes to any of these? It appears not. I will entertain a motion.
Bienvenue moves to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law for the 6 as submitted.
Rita seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Abstain.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Larson. Member Larson,
Yes.
thank you. The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. We have matters from the public. Anyone from the public? Let me see if I see any hands. Hopefully people will be able to log on tonight. Oh yes, we have a lot of attendees. Anyone from the public wishing to say anything this evening? It appears not. We'll move on to let me make positively sure. Any staff communications at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair. I have a few. First, if anyone has any issues getting online, just copy and paste the link in. We've done our best to check on this, and sincere apologies about the last hearing. The next couple items I have a slide for. We have some big time updates happening to the website, which will happen in early December after we announce them at the early December ARC meeting. Next, we have the HDRB, excuse that, 2022 hearing schedule that is being put on the website. Tomorrow is the goal to put it on the website. And I will put that up in just a moment. We have one submittal deadline per month. So that's a really important note with two meetings per month, but one submittal deadline. 4 meetings will be reserved to address administrative issues, which include trainings, any sort of code interpretation issues or basic cleanup issues to code that are of interest to the board. Also for discussions that really remain outside of board cases, anything that might fall into that category. Those are the administrative matters for those 4 hearings. And now I'm going to show that schedule. Can everyone see that? So the starred dates are those 4 hearings. There. Okay. Now I'm going to turn it over to Frank. He has an update on appeals.
Thank you. At the governing body meeting on November 10th, 2021, the governing body took up 2 appeals. One was not an appeal hearing. Let me turn first to the appeal on 701 East Alameda Street. That was by the appellant, Mr. Stephen Brown, regarding the construction of a portal on the back of a condominium complex at 701 East Alameda Street, Unit 3. The governing body denied the appeal after a hearing. The governing body voted to uphold the Historic District Review Board's decision that the portal was non-compliant with Historic District design standards, and the board left in place the option that is, the governing body left in place the option the HDRB gave to Mr. Brown to redesign and resubmit his application if the portal then meets Historic District standards, design standards. The appeal with respect to 1160 Community Cruz Blanca, that was the appeal regarding the cell tower that was approved by the HDRB for adjacent to the St. John's College campus. Because the appeal petition was passed the deadline, both in accordance with the city code and at the federal level, out of compliance with the Code of Federal Regulations, the governing body rejected the appeal without a hearing. That is to say, there was no evidence presented, there was no public comment, there was no presentation other than the governing body reviewed a memo submitted by the city attorney's office and decided that because the appeal was non-compliant with the city code, it had to be rejected without a hearing. And that's where we are with respect to those 2 appeals. There has been an appeal filed 1023 East Alameda Street. That is still at the administrative level. Carly, were you going to discuss that with the board?
I believe we should have an update once the appellant is responded to. And so we're hoping for an update in December. Yep. That's all we have for now.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we have 11 cases this evening. We will move on to the old business cases. There are 6. And I would like to tell you that for any case this evening that if you disagree with the decision that this board renders, you do have the option to appeal to the city council. There are time constraints. Call the city staff and find out what those are. The findings of fact and conclusions of law have to be approved before you file, and you have 15 days after that. But if you need further assistance, the someone on city staff can guide you. So we will move on to the first case this evening under old business, which is located at 418 Cerritos Road, and that's case 2021-004352. This is Daniel's case. Daniel, may we hear your report, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
So today's first case concerns 418 Cerritos Road, also known as the Design Center. It currently has a non-contributing status and dates back to 1930. So it's eligible for a status review and designation of primary facades if it's contributing. Here is the front of the building onto facing west onto Cerritos. It says Sandoval Street. Is it Sandoval? Symmetrical facade. The above photo is, I believe, from the 1980s. This is a current photo. Compared to the original, there have been some minor changes. Here you can see a post or apparent post that appears to have been absent in the original structure. The vigas of the original have been removed. The awning and pedestrian doors are new. The pyramid-shaped caps to the posts are new or not in the original. Other moldings and also the lights. So minor changes. The overall form is definitely recognizable as the garage that was its original use. Here is the east side. Here we can see, I've written here doctored image. To me, this looks like a photo that was intended for an application. The white grid here looks like it was applied with whiteout or white tape, and the photo, these flowers, I think, are cut and pasted on using scissors and glue. But my understanding is that the form is basically of this portion unchanged. Perhaps these windows are new. This corner section did not exist in the original, was added later, but at a historic date. Here's the south facade, which faces onto a parking lot. This has seen minor changes. The portal entry structure here in the middle did not exist in the original. And that's the next case. So I don't have a photograph of the north facade, but that one is very clearly a rear facade. The building is obviously has some prominence and has a relatively high degree of historic integrity. There are more details in the report, and also I stand for questions.
Okay, so Daniel, you are recommending the west facade as primary, and that's the only facade that you are recommending?
Yes, recommending contributing status with the west sod. This front, historic front facade is primary.
Okay, so you would, your report indicated that the footprint remains from the date of the original building, which was in the 1930s, so probably like 90 years ago. 90 plus.
Yeah, as I said, that corner on the northeast has been added, but other than that, it appears that the footprint is mostly the original.
Any other board members have questions for Daniel at this time? Member Guida?
Thank you, Chair Rios. Daniel, I'm struggling to understand exactly where I understand the building is old. I'm kind of struggling to understand where the historic integrity exists in this project. I mean, this comparison seems to show that character defining elements, particularly the ones that we associate with Santa Fe style, the vigas, the openings, the rounded parapet. These are things that have all been replaced by 80s era kind of remodel. So aside from the footprint, how are you determining that there's a high degree of integrity here?
I would go back to this picture. I would say that, yes, you're right. The details are lost, but the large overall form and the communication of its original use are legible. For me, that's character defining.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Larson?
Thanks. Yeah, I actually have in my notes, like, is there really a high degree of integrity here? You all know that this is my favorite kind of building that we tend to look at. And I am really kind of struggling to see the connection between the comparisons here. I see a lot of change, a lot of sort of stripping down of elements that, you know, I think make this a kind of tough decision, because I really want to think that this has, you know, a high degree of integrity and make it contributing. So I'd be interested to hear the public comments and everything and see what everyone thinks. That's all I have.
Thank you, Member Larson. Let's get the applicant sworn in.
It'll be John Padilla.
Okay. Is he on?
I see his name there.
Okay.
John,
thank
are you there?
I am here now, I believe. Madam
Okay.
Chair, can you
I
hear
will
me?
go ahead and, yeah, I'll go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is John Padilla. My address is P.O. Box 22986, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87502.
Thank you.
Thank you. John, you heard staff's report. They are recommending that this building be contributing and that the west facade be primary. Do you agree or disagree, and why?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I think key, and it's been noted, key in Mr. Schwab's presentation is the language high degree of integrity. And I don't agree with that. I believe there's been significant change. And what I'd like to do is actually share my screen if possible, so that I can walk you through a couple of items, especially the one that said the original footprint is still intact. Would it be possible? How do I get access to sharing the screen?
Carly, can you guide us through that?
Okay, I've got that.
Yes, let me promote you to panelist. And then you should be able to share your screen.
Going to- Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All righty. So I will share screen. Madam Chair, I hope that you see my screen, which is the black Sanborn map.
Yes, we can see it.
Great, thank you. Orientation, Cerrillos Road to the east. What was originally Hancock Street on the west, now Sandoval, the Montezuma on the north. This is the alleyway that is our north facade. Here is the west facade that we are thinking is indeed that photo, that historic Superior Chevrolet motor facility. That was the entrance with that has been identified as one of the designated primary facades. If you look along the north facade, there is a dimension right here of 108 feet from this corner here to this corner here of Cerrillos Road in 1930. And you see the rounded shape of the entrance here that was visible in the original picture, as well as what would be a rounded shape here, which could have been the mirror image of that So the picture on the west elevation that we saw from Sandoval Street, era 1930, would have been the same sort of elevation here to where you would drive in through the front of the building into what would be service bays, sales areas, etc. So this is 1930, and you're correct. That's 91 years ago. Let me share the next screen here. So this dimension, this is again Cerrillos Road. This would be Hancock or Sandoval. Here's that 108-foot dimension. So that goes to here, and you see that original shape that would have been the arched shape is no longer there. This is 1968, so 53 years ago, that portion was filled in. Right now, everybody would be familiar with that as the Yin Yang restaurant in that corner on this east facade. Well, it's also been filled in on this side now because this is where Pizza Centro is right now in the building. So as far as the historic footprint, here's the historic footprint right here. This now on this side here, let me go back one. This was in 1930. This was, looks like either office or residential. There was another building next to this. So the ability to access the building from the south or the north would have been just not deliveries or anything. It would just be access in and around the building. So now that residential component is gone here. They are now in 1968 using it for used car sales. So that's pretty significant. I think the point of the historic footprint still being intact is not correct. Therefore, a high degree of integrity, I think, is very questionable at this point. As you can see here, this is the design center. This whole east facade has now been filled in. You no longer see the what would be the double doors from the original photo with the entrance right in the middle. And this is the report from 1997, which would make it less than 30 years old with this file here. That portal has been added on the south side. The front has changed. There's no longer the drive-through entrance on the Sandoval side, and the alleyway is just the back of the house. I mean, it is the service entry of the house. So anything that would be high degree of integrity is questionable because of openings that have been altered, openings that have been filled in, openings that have been enlarged, etc. This might have been a delivery door. We don't know for sure. These vents may have been vents for service areas. There's just significant changes to the north facade also. As Daniel did say, this is the Sandoval side, which has those historic elements on the facade that really speak to the integrity of the building and its historic integrity. However, recall that this building is a metal building. That has not changed. That original structure is still there. So to see vigas is strictly decorative. The building all the way to this side here is all metal building. A number of you, I'm sure, have been inside of this for either haircut, food, alteration, restaurant, picking up your pizza, etc. So there's significant, the interior has not changed. It is the lower level that would have been sales, repairs, and so forth, line up for auto repairs. The upper is still, it's an open middle area, a gallery space a atrium space in the middle with floor area all the way around the building. And that's true to the original concept. As mentioned, let me go. So as you can see, this east facade, which is what Daniel had shown, has been filled in, has been changed. The openings that were a drive-through opening no longer exist. And in this picture, this is a 1989 case, 1989-151, where you actually see the truck driving into that entrance that has since been filled in. and 89 puts it 32 years ago. Here is the proposal in 1991. You see this arrow here and this arrow right there, and this arrow here in the photo is where that new portal is that was added in around 1991, which puts it 30 years ago. And then this is the existing condition now. So I really take exception to the idea that, you know, the high degree of integrity. I think there's still some elements of the original auto repair sales building that was there. And Chair Rios, you probably know this better than any of us. This area was the area where the automobile dealerships are. I've spoken to a couple of people that remember going there with their father to get their Chevy pickup fixed. So there is the idea that this was a historic facility other than its age. I think there is some elements of that still remain. There is no desire from my owner because they understand that this west facade is significant, and that's the hallmark of that design center that people recognize. The south facade here, that one, there's not much you can do. You cannot add on to it because it is parking. The north facade, which is the alleyway, there's nothing you can do because it sits right on the property line. And then the east facade has already changed enough over time that there's not much more that you can do on this east facade again because of it sitting on the property line. So with that, Madam Chair, I would say I would take exception to the idea of this being considered a contributing structure. I think I feel that the non-contributing status still applies because there has been enough changes over the years from the original footprint to openings and changes to the facades to have it remain non-contributing. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, John. Daniel, I would like for you to respond to the comments that Mr. Padilla has made.
I think it was a very informative. I had just one question, John, if you could go back to the very first, the Sanborn map.
Correct.
If you look at that north, or it's not north, but the upward facing location of that bay, it's right on Cerrillos Road.
Correct.
Now, if you go to the next map, you see that the bay is not there. In fact, the building is sitting back from Cerrillos Road. Can you just, do you have a way to account for what appears to be
Sure.
either the road has moved or the building has gotten smaller?
Sure. Well, I thought the same thing, Mr. Schwab, I thought the same thing with it, but what told me that nothing had changed was this 108-foot dimension, which is here on the Sanborn map and here on this survey, on this Sanborn map. The only thing that I can think that would have allowed this to happen, and Chair Rios, you may know it definitely better than me, is that realignment of these streets during the urban renewal period changed a lot of the roadways, changed a lot of the accesses, actually eliminated a lot of the structures that may have been along the roads. And I'd really like to hear your input on that. And Mr. Schwab, what I saw here, that was a concern to me, but what made me think that Cerrillos Road may have been realigned was the fact of this 108-foot dimension is consistent from the 1930 to the 1968 Sanborn map. The only thing I can think of is that this got readjusted during some kind of improvement or some period of development within the Santa Fe historic core downtown district. Chair Rios, you may know that better than anyone.
Well, there were obviously changes in reference to the urban renewal, but I cannot testify as to like specifics.
Oh, sure.
Exactly what happened. I wish I had a a conference or with my older brother, and my dad bought all his trucks, all his Chevy trucks there at Santa Fe Motors. I remember Mr. Woods was the owner of Santa Fe Motors, and he and my dad were very good friends. But as far as the delineation of where things were in terms of did they change this during urban renewal, like I really cannot testify to the legitimacy of that to the exact point. Sorry. I'm old, John, but sorry, I'd have to talk to my brothers that are older. But anyway,
Thank you, Chair Reels.
yeah. Member Benvenu, you have a question or a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine was actually from earlier. I had a question for Daniel, just for clarification. The Santa Fe resurvey from 1997 that was in the packet does, I think, indicate that this is a contributing structure. So what's the meaning of that? And does that have any significance here as to what its status is?
I'm trying to read it. Listed on national register. Well, this is from the National Register, which is different than the city register. So, and it says no, as far as I can see there. It's not listed, and there's no status listed under a contributing, non-contributing.
Okay, I'm looking at, just to make sure we're looking at the same thing. We're looking at the New Mexico Historic Building Inventory Santa Fe Resurvey 1997.
I'm just looking at what is being shared on the screen. So,
Okay. Oh, I can't. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've got a little hand in the middle of that. There we go. So under local designation, it says Historic Transition District. And then under that, doesn't it say contributing?
Yes, that is correct.
well, if you can see it, I'm having trouble with the tiny screen.
Under National Register of Historic Places, Daniel, it says no. For eligibility, it says no, and it doesn't have anything checked for contributing or non-contributing.
I think John may be referring to a different part of the page.
Yeah, I'm looking at it says significant, contributing, and non-contributing, and there's an X next to contributing. Doesn't that mean that it's designated contributing?
Mm-hmm. Well, there's no doubt that it's there. It's hard to trace these. Sometimes what's accurate, it may be that it was designated as part of a mass designation that was done one or two times. I'm not familiar exactly with the history. And it may be that there's an error in the GIS system right now. What I know is exactly what you've pointed out, and that there's a discrepancy that GIS calls it non-contributing. I'm afraid I don't have any more information on that. I think we can maybe just take that as it is and take an opportunity. I suppose we have taken it to the board as a non-contributing structure and can reaffirm its contributing structure if the board so desires. I'm sorry, I don't have any more detailed information on the history of that.
Thank you, Daniel. Anything further, Member Benvenu?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, I will open, excuse me?
I'm sorry if I may just, so that to a final response and just generally is, of course, there's been a lot of what I would say are small scale changes to the structure. And the question may be how the board defines integrity. When I look at the building, I see a structure that maintains its essential reading as a former automotive repair and sales place that has been inevitably changed over time, but that original history is very clearly legible.
Thank you. Member Larson.
Yeah, I have a question. So I'm kind of curious about how we define integrity in Santa Fe because, you know, typically we look at the 7 aspects of integrity, and I'm just curious if we do that in the city as well, because I think it's, you know, like we are at a point where maybe it does retain like certain levels, but maybe not all the material and workmanship levels. So Carly, did you happen to know that, or Daniel?
Carly or Daniel, you may respond to Member Larson's question in reference to integrity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Larson, I was struggling to hear your question about how integrity. I just heard I heard part of that. Can you restate that?
And how do you identify integrity in the historic districts?
Okay.
And this is in the historic transition district, but we still have the same classifications.
Yes. So to answer your question, this case is particularly interesting. We have very few of one aspect is we have very few examples of dealerships left where that was the original form. That does contribute to it, but it is also about the overall form of the building, the character defining features, and what can be additions that are, when additions are made, they are done in such a way that they can be removed. So that's part of it. Smaller features can be removed over time. Can they be put back? That is a consideration. Does it really, are they removed permanently and stripping that material away and changing the overall form? That's part of it. So this one, and we also look at those prominent facades. So this one, I think I hope I'm answering, that's the guise in which we are looking at it.
Yeah, thanks. I just don't, my only question was, is Santa Fe's defining of integrity different than the National Register definition of integrity with the 7 levels? So as you've explained it, it sounds that they would be different.
They are slightly different, but they take their cues from the National Register, because when the code was enacted, there was some pulling that happened, and some references that are apparent in the code to the National Register, some language, some mirroring of language here and there. But there are some slight differences. Some important things are that history is not mimicked, not mimicked, but his artificial history is not created, and that is in our code. But there are some mirror, and I wish I could point to those directly. I might be able to do that later in the conversation if it's necessary.
Thank you.
Can I maybe just add a sentence fragment to that, which is that
would you please, Daniel? I was going to ask you to please add anything if you wanted to.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just that as far as I know, there's no explicit definition of integrity. It's rather embedded in various clauses in the code, some of which, as Carly said, cite those national standards, but it's in a kind of piecemeal way, so that the board is challenged to put together that definition. That's what I have to add on that.
Thank you, Daniel. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so just on the substance of what we're talking about now, it is a close call. I think that's pretty clear that it's been modified without any question, but since I remember when this was some kind of an auto dealership, maybe it was the used cars that were being referred to. and how striking those buildings were to be so close to the plaza still as of in the 1980s. To me, this building still speaks very strongly to that history. And I agree with staff's view on that, as well as the document we have on the screen right now, which just notes that it was, this is the largest of a group of auto-related commercial buildings that were built in the area prior to 1948. Its scale and overall character still represent that use, especially as windows look like garage doors. And that's being written after the conversion to the design center. And I agree with that. I think it's very clear when you look at it, particularly if you knew the building before it was the design center, that that's what it is. And I think once that's pointed out to anyone, they would see that that's a very unique architectural aspect of downtown Santa Fe that existed not very long ago, but this is one of the most important remainders and reminders of that period. So I'd agree with staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Member Benvenu.
Thank you.
Let me see if there's anyone from the public that wishes to comment in reference to this application. We have Stephanie Beninato. Will you swear in Ms. Beninato?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I agree with Member Bienvenu and with the recommendation that this be contributing and that the west facade be primary. I think that the whole idea that there's an awning there that can be removed. The opening, I believe, is the same opening as the historic opening. It's just been filled in with doors or glass that can be removed. You still get the idea of what it was, which was the garage. And I think it really is an important aspect of that area, that industrial car dealership, car repair place where, you know, people only went some of the time. And I think it would be, I understand that there's no immediate plans to change that, but I think it would at least protect it in case or when there are other owners down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beninato. John Eddy, would you swear him in as well?
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
John, are you with us? You have your hand up. Unmute.
Thank you. The button just came up. I do swear.
Thank
Yes.
you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Eddy. My address is 227 East Palace Avenue, Suite D, Santa Fe, 87501.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. It's been a very interesting discussion, and I'm glad that you folks are taking your time with it. I do remember this building as well, and taking my Chevy truck in there for servicing way back when. And I agree with Ms. Beninato and Board Member Bienvenu that there is a certain degree of integrity still left on this building, and it is certainly in the western facade that is on Sandoval Street. The angular footprint of that facade, I think, is very important, despite the fact that many changes have taken place. So if this does retain its contributing status, I would suggest that that is the only facade that would contribute or to uphold that status. I find it interesting, just from a historical point of view, that this building had fake Vigas on it. I find it very entertaining, and it was definitely kind of the flavor of the day to try to make Santa Fe look more like Santa Fe. And it's a bit of architectural window dressing that
is pretty interesting, but what is most important about the fact that Vigas, when Vigas were integrated into a building, which in this case, as the applicant has described, this is not the case. It was a steel building. But when Vigas disappear, look at the statement that's made on a facade. All of a sudden, that recognizability of Santa Fe goes away. So this is something we need to be really careful of with contributing buildings going forward, is to maintain Vigas visible on the outside exteriors. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Eddy, for your comments. It appears that there's no one else from the public that wishes to comment. I was going to say that from my standpoint, I agree with Member Bienvenue and his comments, and Mr. Eddy and Ms. Beninato. You know, when we that have lived here in this community for a long time, I still refer to it when I'm talking to somebody that has lived here for a long time, I don't say the design center. I'll still refer to this as Santa Fe Motors. You know where Santa Fe Motors was? And I think that west facade, if we look at these photos, the integrity is still there for that, on that west facade. The openings are there. Of course, this has changed, the use has changed, but look at that building. And as John was saying, yeah, they put those fake Vigas to give it a Santa Fe look, but I think that the building retains its integrity, that word integrity that we're talking about. Member Bienvenue? Excuse me, Member Guida. Apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's no further discussion, I'd be happy to make a motion in this case.
Okay, please do.
So in case 2021-004-352 418 Cerritos Road, I recommend that the board either retain or designate anew the structure as contributing, and that the west facade be designated as primary, noting its V-shaped configuration, the openings that were once garage doors, and the buttresses at the ends of the V.
Larson seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And we move on to the next case, which is the same address. And Daniel, would you give us your report, please?
So, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so we're moving on to the second case regarding the same structure. The applicant is now requesting two major items in regards to this. One is skylights, and the other is solar panels. If you look at the roof, you can also see from the ground level that there is a pattern of skylights. They're essentially translucent panels that form part of the roof at the moment, and those should be replaced with so-called flat panel skylights that would provide better insulation. Those are located as shown here. The second item refers to a system of solar panels to generate electricity. These are located on this lower portion of the roof, which has limited public or no public visibility, but also on the upper portion, which are visible from the public way. This is looking from the roof at that lower portion, and another view of the roof. This is not strictly from the public way, this is from the parking lot, but the view is similar. You can see that the red portion of this roof, which going back here, you see there is where the panels would be located so that given the pitch of the roof, there would be a minimal public visibility from Sandoval and Cerrillos Road, respectively. The applicant has applied for an exception for publicly visible solar. And the staff recommends that the first two have been met and the third may also have been met with further testimony, the third being that all options have been considered. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Any questions for Daniel? Board members, none at this time. Mr. Padilla has already been sworn in. Mr. Padilla, what do you have to tell us in reference to the solar panels and the skylights? Anything further?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I just would like to share a couple of comments. As I mentioned, the structure is steel structure. It has metal roof. It has translucent panels at skylights. So as far as a energy issue, we either have incredible heat buildup during the summer or incredible cold that's transferred into the atrium space and the middle portion of the building during the winter. One of the things that we are trying to do by replacement of the skylights is see, and those skylights are just they were translucent panels in the past. Now they're, over time and, they're milk white now and they are dirty and so forth. The owner is trying to be responsible and address the issue of energy consumption in the building. And our first go around is, all right, we're going to try to replace half of them with a low profile flat skylight in the areas on the north and south of the building, and then coming in with a flat ridge skylight in the center of the building to try, and those are insulated. So we're trying to look at bringing down some of the energy consumption that is required to heat and cool this building. The other thing that we will be doing, and this is inside the building, it doesn't affect the you this evening, but we are also going to go in. There is no insulation on the underside of that roof. So we will be going in and being responsible owners and going in and insulating the bottom of that roof again to try to mitigate some of the incredible energy consumption that happens because of a warehouse building that was constructed originally with very, very little insulation at all. The solar application is there again, trying to counterbalance the incredible energy consumption that it takes to heat and cool this building. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd ask that the board consider this application. The roof, as Daniel shows in some of his pictures, is a very low arch roof that we will be laying flat up against on the north side and south side of the building before you go to the raised center part. It's got a low arch to it, and we will be laying them flat on that. Thank you, Daniel. Flat on that roof so that there's no need to raise them and have them adjusted at any angle. The areas that show the most concentration or the greatest concentration of skylights is in the flat portions that Daniel has shown a picture of. Go left and right, Daniel. Left and right over the portals or over the lower areas. A little bit more to the right. No, a little bit more. Right. Can you get the far east? There you go. That whole area there is behind parapets, as well as if you go to the west side of the building, that is all behind parapets. So you wouldn't see those. So there is some visibility in the upper region of that pitched roof that you will see, but the panels are applied on the slope itself and not raised to increase. Yeah, right there. Thank you, Daniel. You would not see any additional angles or items on top of the roof. They will be laying directly on the roof. Again, the solar is there to help assist in the energy, help with the energy consumption. The skylights are there to help in the transfer of heat and cold, and then the insulation. If we see a significant savings in that, we will probably come back to do the rest of the skylights at another time if you are so inclined to approve this application this evening. Madam Chair, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for your very thorough report and comments. So you agree with Daniel that the public visibility, there will be public visibility of the solar panels, but it will be minimal. Is that what I understand in the report?
I believe that's I don't recall the exact language Daniel had in the report, but by applying them on the roof, on the angle that already exists, I think it's lessen the impact. It doesn't increase the impact on the streetscape and the public view. There were photos that I had as part of the application that had views from across Sandoval, across Cerrillos Road, across in the other parking lot that we're looking at now to the south. And there's not much roof visibility as it is now, just because the either the radius or the slope is so minimal as it exists. So I would say yes, the impact should be minimal to the public and not compromise the streetscape along where the public visible ways are.
Yeah, thank you, John. Member Beachside?
Thank you. John, just in an effort to provide an opportunity for additional testimony on the response to criteria number 3, can you speak to what other design options might have been considered? Did you consider fewer panels or no panels? And how does that relate to the goal you're trying to achieve for sustainable energy consumption?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, Member Beachside. There are 3 options. There are about 3 options, and you kind of hit on them. 1, you do nothing. Do nothing and everything stays as it is. 2, you could do less panels. That doesn't achieve the goal of trying to address the energy consumption. Obviously, the 3rd is the best idea is try to get as many on there as possible in areas and locations that work to be able to address the issue of energy consumption. So the panels that are shown are the 3rd option of let's get as many as we can on there, still being sensitive to the fact that let's try to keep them low profile, which they are because they're on the slopes that exist now. They are on a racking system, but not a raised racking system that will further impact the view by the public. So the 3rd option is what we have proposed because it is the best return for the building and the owner of the building.
Thank you, John. And anything further, Member Beachside? Member Bimini, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on those thoughts, did you look at the possibility of locating the ones that are on the pitched part of the roof on the north pitch rather than the south, which I know sounds counterintuitive, but when I was looking into solar, I was told that that's eminently doable with the current technology of solar panels, especially on such a low-pitched roof. Is that something you consider? Because it seems to me they would be significantly less visible from the street.
Madam Chair, Member Benvenu, the issue that we have, as you can see in this image, this is a early afternoon image. So you've got the shadow being cast to the north. The problem is that north facade, first of all, north exposure. Yes, if you have no parapets and nothing that'll cause shadow, The worst thing you can do is add solar panels and then have shadow cast on them. The afternoon, especially in the winter, has a very, I mean, that whole north roof is almost in shadow all day or for extended period of time. So it a bit counterintuitive, and we did look at that. Working our consultant is Positive Energy, and we did ask that because we thought, okay, a shallower pitch, a better opportunity. It was we'd love to sell you panels, but they would not do you any good in generating of electricity. It would just be limited success on that side.
Okay, that seems surprising to me because
And the
that's
big thing-
that's
remember-
definitely contradictory to what Positive Energy told me about the orientation of panels. And I'm not really sure where the shadows exactly would be coming from.
Daniel, if you could, on the north side of the upper roof, there's a gray line. If you could that's a shadow right there. Member Benvenue, that's a shadow of the raised center portion, because it is raised. It's about a 4-foot raised portion. You don't really read it. Daniel, right there in that photo. No, let's try. No, you don't have a photo that shows it.
I would
There
have to
is-
go into the packet. I think there might be additional photos.
Yeah,
but
there is that center portion where we're doing it's
I can
an
zoom
arch.
in a little. Hold on, let me zoom in. I mean, what John
It's
is
an
saying is
arch.
that there is a step up. If you see that there's a vertical portion here before the pitch begins.
That's correct.
Right.
So Member Benvenue, that is an arch to a parapet. Parapet goes up about 4 feet, and then it's got the ridge roof on top of that down the middle. So it does cast a shadow to the north. South exposure,
But isn't that casting a shadow onto the very panels that you've got in your proposal?
no, sir, our panels are on the south side.
Right.
There's no
That's-
shadow cast on the south.
From the parapet, I thought that's what you were just describing.
No,
The
the
parapet
back-
on the south side would be casting a shadow to the
No,
north.
no, the upper portion that his cursor is at right now. So
Oh, you're
Daniel,
talking about a parapet at the peak of the peaked roof?
Daniel, go to
I'm not
the,
following this.
Daniel, if you would go to the, there you go, that plan right there. So you see the red portion?
Yep.
That is a raised, almost cupola that goes all the way through the center of the building. It is a raised area about 4 foot high. So you come off the south parapet. It has a low arch to another parapet wall, and then you get the center portion. Yeah,
I think I see. I think I
see?
see what you mean now. Yeah. Okay.
So
Okay.
right there, that's a good, so that on the left, Member Benvenue, on the left is the shadow cast by the parapet, the south parapet. Our panels are above that, right about that area right there.
Right. And what I'm talking about is if you were just on the other side of the
Sure.
peaked roof.
I think
Yeah,
not only does this height change here, but the pitch of the roof increase the general shading on the north side.
Correct.
Okay. Just another question, and I'm only asking these because I'm just trying to get a sense as to,
Yes, sir.
the cost benefit of each one of these additional panels. Of course, we definitely have a policy of wanting to use solar whenever possible, and
Yes, sir.
I completely agree with that. But there are, other considerations, and whenever this can be mitigated, that's the ideal. And so, how did you size the project? And what percentage of your existing usage is this intended to cover?
That's a real good question. There's a couple of ways that I understood, and Positive Energy was our consultant working on this. Obviously, we handed them a year's worth of energy bills, P&M bills, they looked at the available area on the roof. So our site was limited because of the roof. When I say site, I don't mean the ground site, I mean our roof plane. That was limited. And then just the size of the panels. So they have designed the best installation to with the roof that we had, and in areas that would be the best for generating of power.
But when they give you that proposal, they say this will cover X% of your annual usage.
Member Benvenu, I did not get that. I do not have that. It was not provided to me by the owner. The plan, the layout is there.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
think when those conversations are taking place between the owner in reference to solar panels, that the owner obviously wants to get the best energy efficiency and the best electrical power. So the conversations, I would assume, between the owner and the people that are selling the panels, that they go into great depth in reference to where's the best place to put them, how many should we put, et cetera, I would think. And talking about the number, John, how many solar panels are you putting and how many skylights?
Scott, go back to, let's see here, that says, main roof option 142 are on the roof. 142 444 watt panels.
Okay.
And then 62 on the upper roof. Lower roof 142, upper roof 62.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, and for your for your information, I was with Positive Energy, their representative, with the owner on the roof, walking around, seeing where the best locations were. We actually wanted to. We actually walked to the north side. Said, can we get them here? More panels. So all options were there. If you notice, there are no panels on the north side of that upper ridge sloped roof. Only on the south slope. None on the north slope.
Okay. Thank you. Let me see if anyone from the public wishes to make a comment in reference to this case. Stephanie Benenato, she's been sworn in already, and John Eddy. Stephanie?
Stephanie Benenato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. It seems like a lot. When Mr. Padilla says 142 and 62, what are we talking about? Skylights, solar panels?
The panels, solar panels.
Solar panels. I mean, that seems like an enormous amount of panels. And certainly there could be some modification to any public visibility, or perhaps some way of raising that parapet slightly to make those not visible at all. Because again, with all those panels up there, the loss of a very small portion of a panel to shadow from a even raised parapet, I think would be minimal to the overall effectiveness of that system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Eddy, you've been sworn in. What are your comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually of two minds here, because I believe there's an inherent honesty about solar panels when they're applied to a building that is quasi and actually historically industrial in character. And so the visibility for me personally, there's a little bit of it that I can let go, because I know, having spent a lot of time in this building, how difficult it is and what a challenge the architect and the owner are taking on here to try to modernize this building and make it work and make it efficient to a degree. It's a huge challenge. So I won't state it any differently than that, but that's essentially how I'm feeling. I'd like to see what the board continues to do with it. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Stephanie. Member Guida,
Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
please do.
So in case 2021-004-353 HDRB 418 Cerritos Road, I move that the board approve the project as submitted, finding that the exception criteria have been met.
Is there a second to this motion?
Larson seconds.
Larson seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
member Bienvenue,
Sorry, yes. And if I can just make one quick comment, my yes vote is because of the specific nature of this building and as indicated, the industrial quality of it. I don't think it negatively impacts the building or the streetscape.
thank you. Member Guida,
Yes.
member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, John, and good luck on this project. We will move on to the next case, which is located at 105.5 Victoria Street. This is 2021-004355. It's also Daniel's case. Daniel, may we hear your case, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 105.5 Victoria Street is a single-family residential structure with non-contributing status to the downtown and east side district. The structure was completed mostly by 1968. And the owner is now, or the applicant is proposing a number of items. Here I've noted the various places that there will be changes to the openings, and then where portals or other structures will be added as a little bit of a convoluted form. The applicant proposes to add a new portal on the and entry on the east side, to add a portal on the south, to reconfigure windows and doors, to raise ceilings in order to install vigas. It is within the maximum allowable height. To re-stucco the house in El Rey Desert Rose, to install a new entry door, to remove the stairs that are currently in the bedroom that go down to the basement, to move them into the garage, install skylights, canales, and light fixtures. Here are a few views of the house. The windows, as I said, are going to change in their position and format. And so here we have the elevation drawings. You can see changes in the overall appearance, raising of the roof, construction of new portals, and the addition of the structure here. So staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with the design standards and the downtown design standards.
Thank you, Daniel. What is the proposed height? You did say it was allowed, and what is
The new height will be 12 feet and the maximum is 14 feet, 6 inches.
okay, so they're only going 12 feet?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Daniel, staff, board members? Not any at this time, and I think Gayla Bechtel is the agent, and if we can swear her in, if she's there. Yes, she is.
Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Gayla Bechtel, 320 Aztec Street, Santa Fe 87501.
Thank you.
Good evening, Gayla. What do you have to tell us about this project that, in addition to what Daniel just told us?
I feel like Daniel has described the project really well. We wanted it to become a more Santa Fe style architecture. And I don't really have anything to add to this. Can stand for questions.
Thank you. Let's see if anybody has any questions or comments. Board members at this time, do you have questions or comments? Appears not. Anyone from the public wanting to speak in reference to this project? Stephanie Benenato.
Thank you, Stephanie Benenato. On that north side, I guess it's the new building. It's very, it just has that blank facade on it. And I'm wondering if there's anything that can be done. You know, it looks like a garage basically, but it doesn't really look like Santa Fe style. And it, again, something to break up that facade would really, I think, help a lot. And I guess maybe public visibility, whether there is public visibility or not, may play into that. Thank you.
Would you comment on that, Gayla? That
It is the side of the garage. There is a window there currently, you can see on the top elevation, and we are filling it in. It's not visible except from the neighbor's property. The other side of the house is
This one, right?
and that's actually, I think, the west. I think, yeah, the next one might be the north. Yeah, that's the north. So you can see it has a shed roof and a canale. And we are putting 2 canals. We have to redo the structure of this garage also. So we'll be filling in this window. And it's on the side of there's a sort of a ditch or depression next to it. So it's not visible.
except from the neighbors.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see if member Benvenu has a comment, and so does member Guida. Or maybe they want
Just
to.
had a comment that I think it's a really lovely renovation of a very interesting and important property for that neighborhood, and I'm prepared to make a motion whenever
Okay,
it's
let's see.
timely.
Member Guida, did you have something further, or were you going to make a motion?
I am ready for member Benvenue's motion.
Okay, member Benvenu.
Case number 2021-4355 HDRB 105.5 Victoria Street. I move that the application be approved consistent with staff's recommendation and the record as presented.
Guida seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachite,
Yes.
member Bienvenue,
Yes.
member Guida,
Yes.
member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, and thank you, Gayla. Good
Thank
luck on
you.
your project.
Thanks.
Next case is located at 1302 Cerro Gordo. This is case 2021-004367. Daniel, may we hear your report, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So 1302 Cerro Gordo is a single-family residential structure on the downtown and east side, constructed in 1961 in a ranch style. The board had a look at this structure in case 2021-003829 and reconfirmed its non-contributing status. The owner is proposing a remodel. A few pictures of the exterior to remind you, this is the roof with carport. The rear of the house with the charmingly screened solar arrays. From the rear, this is the portion that was enclosed at a later date, again from the corner. And now we come to a remodel. Remodel involves raising the roof and constructing a number of portals and a carport. The portals here I've highlighted in green. You can see this is the main kind of double rectangle structure, which you can see here still. And what will be added is a portal and carport on the front facing the road, a portal here on the side, and this enclosed later addition will revert to an extended portal. Also, raising the roof is an important aspect. It's going to be converted from its current roof to a more Santa Fe style flat roof. Here in the foreground, you see the raised entrance and raised carport, which is in the front of the structure on the roadside. Here again, the carport here, and then this space, and then the raised flat roof in the back, and then portals in the rear. This is the street view. Oh, sorry. So the this got a bit turned around. Yes. South elevation. I think is sorry. This is my arrow. I think is in the wrong place. This is the south elevation, which is the rear of the property. And the west elevation, this is yeah. So these are the various stucco color and trim, lighting. Everything is within the design standards. An exception is being requested for a roof change. And staff recommends that from staff's reading, not all exception criteria have been met. However, additional testimony may show that they have been met. And I stand for questions.
Okay, Daniel, this is a non-contributing house. I do not believe that they have to ask for an exception. I think exceptions are only asked in contributing and significant houses, not non-contributing.
Thank you for that comment. I believe that there was a conversation between the division manager and the attorney on this point, so I would defer to one of them to clarify that point.
Carly or Frank, would you comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there was a recent case about a month ago that there was a roof style change that the same exception was requested. But because this is a non-contributing building, I'm going to defer to that for the interpretation to our attorney, Frank. He has a very good explanation.
Frank, would you comment in reference to the exceptions?
Yes, Ms. Picarillo, I appreciate your confidence in me. Yes, this is a discussion that we've had several times, and something that I just discussed with Ms. McSherry earlier this afternoon. My reading of the code reads that under 14-5.2, which controls the historic district design standards, subsection C, subsection 4, reads that all development located within the historic districts and subject to section 14-5.2 shall comply with all applicable general development standards set forth in subsection D, as well as any applicable specific development standards set forth in subsections E through I. So according to this provision, all development has to comply with two design standards, general and specific. Now, there is a preamble to subsection D regarding the general design standards that reads that in any review of proposed additions or alterations to structures, that have been declared significant or contributing in any historic district or a landmark in any part of the city, the following standards shall be met. And there are 3 provisions under subsection D that are clearly specific to those 3 protected types of buildings. And those 3 protected buildings are historic, contributing, or landmark. When you get to subsection 4, there's no more reference to historic, contributing, or landmark, the 3 protected types of buildings. So the question is, does this preamble under subsection D to all 11 of the subsections, does it mean that only historic, significant, or contributing, that is significant, contributing, or landmark structures are controlled by subsection D? Well, I believe that would make subsection C4 meaningless. And when we interpret the code, we can't interpret the code to make one section of the code meaningless or superfluous. So it is my belief that because the language in the preamble under subsection D reads, in review of proposed additions or alterations to those 3 protected types of buildings, the intent of the code is to create specific protected design standards or modifications to those 3 protected buildings if there are additions or alterations. This is not one of the 3 protected buildings. Nonetheless, under subsection 6, which makes no reference whatsoever to the 3 protected buildings, contributing, significant, or landmark, it reads, the existing roof styles and materials shall be maintained or replaced in kind if necessary. The addition of dormers or other roof features should only be considered when they are an existing or historical feature of the structure. So we're not talking about dormers or roof features, but we're talking about existing roof styles and materials shall be maintained or replaced in kind if necessary. What constitutes if necessary is up to the board. Certainly that's a limiting term. So if there is going to be an exception, the staff has to determine whether an exception to this section is required. I believe the staff is correct in determining that an exception is required. So you have to decide whether the existing roof style and material has to be maintained if necessary, if it's necessary first to maintain that existing roof style or material. And do we need an exception under subsection 5B, which reads that an exception can be granted if it does not damage the character of the district, is required to present a hardship to the applicant or an injury to the public welfare, and strengthen the unique heterogeneous character of the city by providing a full range of design options to ensure that residents can continue to reside within the historic districts. I would ask consistently that with that, does the board find that it is necessary to maintain the existing roof style and material? And whether there has been an exception shown, and it is up to the board to decide whether the facts elicited by the applicants fulfill the criteria, those 3 criteria for the exceptions. But it is the position of the city attorney's office that an exception is required.
Thank you for that explanation. Let's see what member Guida has to say.
Frank, thank you for the explanation. I mean, the if necessary for me is not, is there a hole in the roof, but rather, this is a non-contributing building where those considerations of roof style do not apply. Would that, if we say the if necessary is because it's, it's not necessary because it's a non-contributing building, does that still require the exception?
I can't say the code is particularly clear on that. If this is a non-contributing building, if you decide it's not necessary and therefore you decide an exception, no, okay. I'm sorry, if you find it's not necessary to maintain the existing roof style and material, then you have to decide, is an exception required? But the staff has decided an exception is required. So, my belief is the best record you can make is if you decide it is permissible to change the roof style, that you go ahead and at least take the testimony of the applicants with respect to those exceptions.
It just seems that we're making things a lot harder for non-contributing buildings, perhaps
Well,
unnecessarily.
And that is something that, we've acknowledged that, that it seems anomalous that if it's a non-contributing building, why do they have to jump through these hoops of documenting the exception? But at the same time, I don't think it is impossible for them to document the need for an exception. It's just up to the board to decide, do those facts fit the criteria? And that is your discretion. Yeah, that is your sound discretion.
Thank you, Frank. Anything further, Member Guida?
No, that's it. Thank you, Frank.
Carly? Carly, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to acknowledge that it may seem like this hasn't been requested in the past, but in 809 Abeta, it was. And so I think we're striving at an effort as we look towards code inconsistencies that we are consistent. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that, and if it is an impediment in the code that we need to look at, that's one I think the discussion should happen at a later date. But that's noted.
But as I recall, in reference to 809 Aveta, 809 Aveta was declared non-contributing. And then we went forward, it had a pitched roof, and then we went forward to approve a flat roof, but it was non-contributing, and I do not recall. Are you indicating that we had that the applicant made exceptions?
Yes, Madam Chair, an exception was noted.
I don't know, it's confusing. I'm kind of agreeing with Member Guida. Let's see, Member Benvenue might have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. I mean, I think we're all in agreement, and including the city attorney, that this is an anomalous reading of what probably was the intent of the ordinance. And what we've all been, since I've been on the board, we've been applying the ordinance in a way that this provision didn't apply to a non-contributing building. But I understand the reasoning of the city attorney's office to say that when you read it in its entirety, even though it does not seem that that was the original intent, that is probably the legally sound interpretation, even though it's not what we've been doing, I don't believe, or what we probably would like to be doing in these cases in a perfect world. So at any rate, I don't think we have really the ability to disregard the city attorney's interpretation of the code. And so I'm more than happy to proceed on the basis that this is coming before us with a request for an exception, and that's the standard we apply.
Okay. Daniel, can you please put the north elevation, which is the street facing facade, up? The existing and the proposed? Thank you. When I am looking at this, it appears that the carport is a lot higher than the roof line of the proposal. Is that true? And why is that? Is the carport going to be on the same plane as the house, or is it closer to the street?
It's is closer to the street and therefore higher. Because the house lies, I don't know, about 6 feet or something below the height of the street.
So that's the most prominent thing that the carport is the most prominent thing that we're going to see, the most prominent building at the street.
Well, it's certainly going to be the closest to the street. Yes. Sorry, I realize I've got this arrow on the wrong side. So the carport is this green structure here.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's closer to the street. The street is here.
Yeah.
And so it will be prominent in the sense that it is the closest to the street.
And how much taller is the carport? What is the height of the carport?
The question, I'm not sure exactly how to answer the question because it sits on a different grade. So it obviously sits higher than the main structure. And let's see if I'm not sure that I can determine precisely from these plans.
Well, perhaps.
How much higher?
It can answer that question. Let me see if there's any other questions at this time. It appears not. Let's get the applicant sworn in. And who is the applicant?
Robert Baklowski, I presume is the applicant if he's there.
Is Mr. Blakowski there? Yes. Would you swear in Mr. Blakowski, please?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You'll need to unmute yourself.
Yes,
Thank you.
and yes, I swear.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Robert Baklowski. My address is 2092 Medrano Lane, Santa Fe, A7505.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Would you tell us a little bit more about this project? And I was asking questions about the carport.
Specifically, yes, the floor of the carport is 3 feet above the floor of the existing house, which will be maintained. The height of the carport is the maximum height allowed at 14 feet 9 inches above the grade. That dimension occurs at what would be the west side of the carport, opening into that where he's got the cursor right there. Because the floor level in that area north of the main house would be lower. We raised the carport up that way and added that wall because we were really, the house is so much lower than the street. We wanted to present a more obvious view of the house. We wanted a vertical element that would stand up that could actually be seen from the street. So that was kind of why we did it. And yes, it is a solid blank wall on both the north side and on the west side.
Okay, did you think about disturbing, taking off some of the dirt there to lower that carport?
I did. When I started trying to analyze that, because of the height of Cerro Gordo above this property, and because of the way the slope is, it would be very awkward to lower it too much. I mean, you just have be much too steep a curve to get into the carport.
Okay, thank you. Let's see what Member Beachside has to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the same concern about the height of the carport. I think what is largely character defining about Cerro Gordo is the placement of those houses well below the street level on that side of the street. I appreciate your comments about the grade. Did you consider locating the carport behind the house, maybe away from the street?
Yeah, Yeah, but we wanted to maintain those views to the east, south, and west off of that side of the house. Putting the carport over there would drastically reduce that. That's why we didn't go that side of the house at all.
Okay, and is there any other option for lowering? I mean, I think it's 2 to 3 feet higher than the house, which is pretty unusual for a.
Well, and you realize that the roof line of the carport is still only about maybe 5 or 6 feet above the elevation of the street.
Mhm. Right. With respect to
It would be lower than the house directly east of this property. The carport would be lower than the eave line of that house directly east.
Okay. I had another comment about the walls that are proposed along the street. Thank you for bringing the Google Maps up. I think if you notice that there are not a lot of walls along Cerro Gordo, especially at the height of approximately 5 feet. There's some buildings that are placed there, but generally there's not privacy walls on this street because the houses, especially on the south side, are quite a bit lower than the street itself. So I would be sort of, I noticed you have some other retaining walls proposed, which seem fine. Those are set back from the street, but the ones that are right on the street, I do not think those harmonize with the rest of the street.
Well, if you go farther west, there are a lot of walls, particularly on the low side of the street. And there are some going farther east as well. There is kind of a mix there. I mean, you have barbed wire fences and coyote fences, and you can see the wall there. That's west of the, I think it's Armijo Street, which is somewhat west of the property. You can see the big retaining walls on the north side of Cerro Gordo as well.
Right, but we're talking about the south side, so yeah.
Yeah, but there's walls on both sides of the streets in many locations there. And again, the house directly east of this has a privacy wall that morphs into the house.
Yeah, I noticed that, yeah.
And that was actually these three lots here, these three houses, the one east, and then there's one kind of south of that house and this house, where they're all kind of related. They share a driveway. So we were trying to kind of pick up some of that neighborhood look there and add that exposed adobe wall to kind of bring the three houses together.
Sorry, where are the other two houses? Down the
The one directly east of this property, and then there's one south of that house.
Oh, sorry. Now I'm on a different street. Sorry.
Yeah. That's Armijo. If you
So here's the house.
that's if you go a little farther east, you can get a better look of see that exposed adobe wall there?
Yes.
That's what we're trying to pick up. And then if you swing around, you can see the house back down following that driveway. There's one directly behind it down there.
Got it. Okay.
And that's also one of the things we were kind of looking at. One down below is flat roof, and we just kind of felt that getting rid of the pitched roof, that ranch style roof, which really inconsistent with the character. And again, these three properties, these three houses, if I'm reading the history right, were all one property at one time. And they've been subdivided out. And so it kind of makes sense. They're sharing an easement driveway, and we add that sort of exposed adobe wall and kind of bring a cohesiveness to them. And you notice that we stopped that wall before it gets to the west property line and went to a coyote fence, which would match that stuff that is farther back, that the other houses back the other way. So we're trying to kind of match a little bit of all of that.
Okay, I see what you're doing. To me, building walls seems to further subdivide a property and not reflect the original placement of the three as a common placement. But in an effort to try to help you with the exception criteria on the roof change, your response seemed to criteria number 2 about the hardship seemed to indicate that the roof may not be in good condition. Does it need to be replaced to function?
There are, as I understand it, and I haven't gone in and made a forensic analysis of that particular building. As I understand it, there are some problems with the floor where the floor is very soft. There are some interior partitions that are really bad. And I believe there are some places where the roof is less than in great shape, or the roof structure is less than in great shape. Again, I haven't personally made a forensic analysis of it. That's just kind of what I was read from a home inspection.
But there's some things on the roof that are like visually obvious, like the
Yeah.
old skylight or old solar panels that are screened that need to be
The dorsal fin.
remedied. And can you just address briefly the other design options you considered?
Well, we did, again, we wanted the carport on that north side of the house. The house itself lays out very awkwardly with the front door on the north side and the carport between the front door. We wanted to try to maintain the carport on that sort of northeast side. And we looked at doing entries from the east, and what seemed to work the best was moving the carport farther north and then creating an entry portal in between the carport and the house. And then you could use the existing access to that house as a main entry. Again, the bedrooms are presently on the south side of the house, and we really wanted to try to take advantage of that with the more usable spaces in the house. So we kind of flipped the interior over. That relaying it out that way kind of created a bedroom wing on the west side and the more usable spaces there on the east side. And it also opened up those usable spaces to the views to the south and east and west that are really quite nice from the way this house is above the property continues to drop off to the south. So it kind of gives some really nice views that way. We looked at trying to do a pitched roof, and then I tried splitting the pitched roof. And I had some less than comments that were just like from the owner and from my consultants that just kind of went, no, please don't do that.
Anything further, Member Beachside?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Other board members have any questions, concerns, or comments? Member Guida.
I know.
Yes, thank you. Daniel, could you bring up the proposed the proposed south side elevation?
Sorry, I just have to reorganize my screen.
There you go. So to the applicant, just a matter of clarification. Just in general, I think the hatches on the drawings are not, selling the project as well as they could. To me, I think, I shared Member Beachside's initial concern about the height of the building, but, just in the way it's drawn and kind of understanding where the ground plane is, I generally understand this as a building that kind of has a massing that steps down with the grade. And so I'm kind of looking through the hatches and trying to find that ground line for that understanding. So in general, I think it's a pretty nice project, and I really do like and support a lot of the moves, and certainly the flat roof. The question I have is this expression of the this kind of raised entry, the relationship of it to the main house. So above, like on the south elevation, are we seeing, and where we're seeing the kind of raised entry beyond, kind of in the center of that elevation, are we seeing little columns from that portal that sit on top of the wall of the house? Is that what we're seeing there? Kind of
Yeah,
clear stories?
Daniel, could you show us the east side elevation, please? And the main entry is kind of right in the middle there, that entry portal.
Yeah.
And then you notice that the roof line of that area directly south of it, which is sort of a service area,
Yep.
is down at much lower. And there are actually a clear story window openings there to get light into that entry portal. Those clear stories wrap around the west side as well.
Okay. Is it, I mean, to me, it's a bit peculiar to have stubby little columns on top of a parapet. Is there another way to express that that's maybe more consistent with the style? Open air, rectangular openings, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, we could do a wall there with regular openings in it. I was just trying to get as much opening there as possible.
Sure, I think the intent is fine and admirable. I think it's a question of expression that seems to be a kind of odd.
I may have put too many columns in there.
Yeah.
And that might be the solution here, is to adjust the size of the beam and reduce the number of columns.
Or do punched openings or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, what we're trying to do is get some light into that entry portal and brighten it up some.
Okay, that was my only comment and question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, board members, at this time for the applicant? It appears not. I will take it to public comment. And we have a person that has a hand raised, Mr. Loeb, L-O-B-E.
That's the owner.
Oh, okay. Would you swear the owner in?
Hello.
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Maverick Loeb, 108 Placita Helcon, Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Mr. Loeb, what do you have to tell us?
Madam Chair, thank you for seeing this case and the board. So basically the roof is, according to the inspection, all done by 2x4s and completely not to code. So the roof needs to come off the building and redone no matter what we do. That was one of the main problems with the roof, was the inherent structure of it. So I just wanted to make that comment on the roof. And, we're really trying to make the best of saving the adobe structure here and really adding to the neighborhood character. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone else from the public want to comment in reference to this project? It appears not. I don't see any other hands. So I will take it back to the board and I will entertain a motion. Member Beachside?
Sorry, I just have one question for Daniel. Was a wall height calculation done for this project?
Yes, the wall height calculation was done and I gave it to the owner, and the calculation, the proposal is within the maximum. I think it's around 5 feet.
Okay, thank you.
I will entertain a motion at this time. Member Guida?
I'm sure I'll make a motion. So in case 2021-004367 HDRB, 1302 Sarah Gorda Road, I move that the board approve the project, finding whether they're necessary or not, that the exception criteria have been met, and would require the applicant to update the drawings to resolve or remove the issue of the entry portal sitting on top of a parapet wall, revise that to punched openings in a stucco wall for staff to review. That's it.
Beach, I will second the motion, and I just would like to add as a friendly amendment for the record that additional testimony provided with respect to criteria number 2 indicated that the roof is constructed with 2x4s that are not up to code and has to be addressed in any case. And that with respect to criteria number 3, that the design options maintaining a pitched roof were considered and were not optimal to the functionality of the house.
Accepted as friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much, and thank you, applicant and owner. Next case is located at 679.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I ask to fill out the record just a little bit more with respect to something the applicant said, that is Mr. Bukowski. You said something to the effect, kind of flipping the interior over, creating a bedroom wing on the west side, opened up usable space with views to the south, east, and west. You said you looked at a design for a pitched roof, then a split pitched roof, and comments from the owner and your consultants were, please don't do that. Can you fill out a little bit for our record? I want to make a good record here. What was the problem with the split pitched roof? Why did the applicant and the owner say, please don't do that?
I guess they just didn't like it. I don't know. This is unusual in the middle of the motion to ask the applicant to comment, but if you want the clarification of the record, applicant, are you still there?
Okay.
Mr. Applicant, are you still there, Mr. Buklowski?
Yes, they had me muted. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Could you comment in reference to the comments, if you heard the city attorney make?
I would be happy to, and it's really quite simple. They all thought it was ugly. They thought it was the way the pitched roof worked with, we had limitations of not being able to put a pitched roof on the carport and get the height, get it up where we wanted the walls, the way we wanted the walls to show up from the street. We were looking to try to present a building that was much more wall dominated and roof dominated. The more we looked at it with different pitched roofs, the more that was not accomplished.
Does that answer your question, Frank, city attorney?
That will assist in the record. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Buklowski.
Thank you.
Okay, I think the motion was made and there was a second, and can we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Rios, the vote was already taken.
It was?
Yes, the vote was already taken.
Okay. Help. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
And that's, yeah, I thought that the vote was taken. And the exception passed.
Oh,
but
I thought we
just
were
so-
asking for a clarification right before the vote, but okay. If
But just to
everybody
supplement the
remembers that it
record,
was
and that's all I
taken,
need. Thank
it
you.
was taken. Okay. We'll go to the next case, which is Angela's case. It's located at 679 Garcia Street. Angela. This is case 2021-004-356. It's a school for Advanced Research.
Thank you, Chair. I just need to share my screen. Okay. This case is about the corral and fencing at 679 East and 679.5 Garcia Street, which is at the intersection of Garcia with Cruz Blanca. This is the picture of the corral, and this is the location. The School for Advanced Research is on this side, and they own this property over here as well. This property, this area is known as the White Lambert Corral Complex, and it was constructed about the 1920s, and a pen and associated corral were probably erected pre-World War II. All the structures are contributing. The contributing pen and corral are the subject of this case. They're constructed of juniper wood with assorted wire fencing and have not been used as holding pens or corrals since the early 1960s. They've fallen into serious disrepair, and a number of the fence posts have broken or detached, and the original six-sided corral round pen now consists of 3 standing sides, which you can see, a broken gate and a pile of fence posts. Again, this is a site plan, floor plan, showing another view of the site. Can I say I like to do aerials? This is with vegetation. The applicant wishes to rehabilitate the small corral pen with the existing historic wood materials on the site and replace the damaged posts with in-kind materials, which would be wood and barbed wire. A number of the corral fence posts have broken or detached from the structure. So the original 6-sided corral pen now consists of 3 standing sides, a broken gate, and a pile of fence posts. And I think I just repeated myself, pardon me. The structures have not been used since the early 60s. The owner just wants to undertake minor repairs to 3 sections within the larger corral structure and along a section of fencing on the side. So that's the proposal, is rehabilitation and reuse of existing materials and in kind exactly if they need to be replaced. And staff recommends approval of the project because it conforms to the downtown and east side district standards, as well as the general design standards for all H districts. That concludes my report.
Thank you. The applicant is going to, in that picture that they had, the posts or latias, yeah, that picture, would you get that on? Is that what they're going to be using?
Yes.
There was a pile of latias. So I'm curious.
Yeah, correct.
Is this being brought to the board because this is a maintenance thing and it couldn't have an administrative approval because the fence is what, contributing, or is it significant?
To answer your question, it came to the board because of its public visibility, and it is a contributing structure on a very visible traffic triangle. That's why it came to you all, given its historic status as well as its visibility and frankly importance to that compound, that complex right there.
Thank you, Angela. Member Guida, did you have a question or comment?
Just a comment, I guess, and maybe a question. I guess I was curious too about why this is, if this is an, contributing or not, if this is an in-kind repair. I don't understand why it would come to the board since no changes are being made. And Angela, I was just looking through the case packet too, and it seems like there's a letter in there from September, which indicates that there was a recommendation from John Murphy to mark or to recommend contributing status for these fences. is it not the case that these are already contributing, or is there a status determination in this case?
Thank you for that question. I noticed that disparity as well, and it's contributing in our historic preservation files as part of that White Lambert complex. And I would say this could probably have gone to you or not gone to you and been administratively approved. I think we were erring on the side of caution in terms of its location and sort of prominence, being associated with the School for Advanced Research and the White Sisters in this whole area of town. So duly noted. And I was newer and being trained by different people. So,
thank you, Angela.
you're welcome.
Okay, it appears no one else has questions. I'll take it to public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? John Eddie, you're already sworn, so yes, what are your comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I can see how perhaps the board may regard this as a little bit silly and
Never
an
silly.
unnecessary thing to bring to the board. But actually, I'm very glad that it has come to the board. This is a very significant piece of our history in Santa Fe. It's highly visible on Garcia Street. And having grown up on Garcia Street, I have kind of marveled at the continued existence of these artifacts. These are basically artifacts of our history in Santa Fe. Jack Lambert was the wrangler for the White Sisters. His wife Marjorie was, as noted, an archaeologist, as well as a very well-known historian in Santa Fe. And these landmarks on this corner completely take us back to those years. I can't think of any other vernacular ranch architecture that's left on the east side that's visible. Madam Chair, you may be able to point something out. But this is a very important spot, and I'm very, very happy that SAR has chosen, rather than to take these down, to restore them and to maintain this historical statement in this part of town. So I don't think I'm preaching to a choir here, but I do hope that you see the sensitivity, and I do appreciate staff having brought this to you so that there can be a public hearing and that this information can go into the record in a very effective way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
John, thank you for your comments and thank you for the bit of history. And no, I would never think that something like this would be silly for us to look at. And I understand why we're looking at it. I just thought that the staff is quite capable of applying the making a correct decision in reference to this, because they were simply repairing it and they are going to use the materials that are already there, and they were going to be looking and making sure that everything is done correctly. But I appreciate the whole picture that Angela is new and that it's being brought to the board. So, and I think that's the only person that was going to give public comment, John Eddie, and let me see, Mr. Guida, you have your hand up. Are you ready?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
Case 2021-004-356 HDRB 679 and 679.5 Garcia Corral Complex. I move that the board approve this repair as submitted.
Larson seconds.
Member Beachside, did you have something?
Just a point of order. Did we not hear from the applicant, or was it not necessary for some reason? Of course, I support the motion, but
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I just
was
I don't know if anyone needed to say something.
What it was when I looked to see if anyone had their hand up. I didn't see anyone. Was there? Thank you for bringing that up, Member Beachside. Michael Brown are you related to this project? Mr. Brown?
The Director.
Okay, Mr. Brown, sorry that I didn't mean to not let you speak. You do have the option to speak now. We're doing things a little backwards here due to the chair's.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, you need to get sworn in and you need to tell us what you want to tell us.
Of course.
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Name is Michael Brown. My address is 2705 Herradura, Santa Fe.
Yes, Mr. Brown, good evening. And what do you have to tell us about this project?
I'm the president of the School for Advanced Research, and I have to say that we take great pride in the historical significance of our property. We've spent a lot of, I'd say hundreds of person hours to make sure that this project is adequately documented and its history was known and made available to the committee. And I want to agree with John Eddy's comments. This is something that we take very seriously, and I hope that the committee will approve this repair.
Mr. Brown, thank you very much for your comments, and sorry that I didn't see your hand raised, so I didn't call on anyone. Apologies. We'll go back to the board and let me see. Mr. Guida had made a motion and Member Larson had seconded. So we will take a roll call vote, please.
Member Beachite?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
John, are you with John?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Brown, and thank you, Angela, for your report. Next case, and it's the last case under old business, is located at 213 West Alameda. This is case 2021-004357. It's also Angela's case. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. You all visited this on a field trip 2 weeks ago. This is on the corner of West Alameda and Sandoval. So this is Alameda here, and then this is actually a corner that goes around to Sandoval. This business is Ira Surretts and Sons, and this is an existing fence with pilasters. With respect to the history of the building, this is the building we're talking about. It actually fronts Galisteo on the other side. This was built, it's a commercial building that was built in the 30s and the 40s. It's non-contributing based on all of its changes. It was extensively remodeled in 1984. And that upper level mass, which you can see right here, was added at that time. It served as a printing shop, a sports store, bar, and dance hall, and currently houses International Furniture and Rugs. Like I said, the owner wishes to extend, I'll show you the site plan. Extend this is the existing perimeter where there's a fence. The owner wishes to extend the same style and height fencing up to the door of the building. This is a elevation of that. The existing stucco pilaster and wrought iron panel fencing is what this will be as well. It'll run along this southern property line into the building's parking lot and across over to the corner of the building. There's also a vehicular gate proposed that will emulate the wrought iron and the arched ornamentation. And the business name looks like this. Proposed gate. This is a vehicular gate. And it'll match in material, design, color, finish, the existing fencing. It's approximately 110 feet across there linearly. It'll include a pedestrian gate at the eastern end of the new fencing at the building there on the corner. And so the setback, landscaping, dimensions, material styles, and finishes all match the existing fence. Its height will be 6 feet, which is the maximum allowable height in the streetscape. And the owner has expressed a need for additional fencing for safety reasons. So staff recommends approval because it meets downtown East Side and the general H district standards. That concludes my portion of the report.
Thank you, Angela, for your report. And Angela, this is a very see-through fence, correct? I mean,
That's correct.
Are a good distance from one another so that you can really see through the property. And so,
It is, Chair. It may not be evident here. This is that wrought iron that's very porous. It's got at least 2 inches in between each of the verticals.
mhm. And there were also some letters in favor of the project, and those should be made part of the record.
Correct. That's correct.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Angela? None at this time. Let's swear in the applicant. And
Peter
who is-
Wilson.
Who is the applicant?
Peter Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, are you there? Yes, he is. Would you swear him in?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Peter Wilson, 46 Calle San Martin, Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, good evening. Did you have anything further to tell us?
No, I think you covered it very well. Thank you very much for your time. The owner's security concerns have been increasing over time, and it's just been getting worse and worse in that area.
Thank you very much. Board members, do you have anything to ask of Mr. Wilson? Any comments or questions? It appears not, and there was anyone from the public wishing to speak in reference to this project. I don't see any hands raised. Let me look again. No. I'll take it back to the board. Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion.
Please do
Case
so.
number 2021-004357 HDRB 213 West Alameda Street. I move that the project be approved as submitted.
Is there a second?
Chair will second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We will move on to new business. And the first case under new business is Daniel's case that is located at 841 East Alameda. It's case 2021-004455. Daniel, your report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll share my screen again. So 841 East Alameda is located in the downtown and East Side Historic District. It's a non-historic and thus non-contributing property constructed in the 1980s. The red circle here is supposed to identify the approximate portion of the building that you can see in the photograph. This right portion here is located behind this stucco wall. Here a view looking slightly east or to the side. This window here is that window. Then you go through a gate, and through the gate are these doors. Applicant proposes to install skylights on the roof, install 2 wood windows on the south facade. That's these existing windows here. I have a photo. That's these 2 windows. They should be replaced. And the doors here will be, the opening will be retained, but the door configuration will be changed so that the requirements for divided lights are met. Those are the major points, and I stand for questions, having recommended approval of the project.
Thank you. When you indicated this is a non-contributing building, correct?
That's right.
Thank you. Any questions, board members, for Daniel at this time? It appears they do not have questions, and I'm going to take it that that the skylights are not publicly visible. They're going to use low profile.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And who is the applicant?
David Paul, I think.
Oh, there's Douglas. Somebody Douglas has his hand up. I don't know if Douglas is the first name or the last name, but the voice is not coming in clearly. Mr. Douglas? We cannot understand you. The voice.
It's like the voice is being masked.
And how do you undo that? What does he need to do?
Madam Chair, can we have them reconnect? That might help.
Yeah, Mr. Douglas, can you reconnect, because we cannot make out what you are saying.
Can't understand you, Douglas. There's something happening with your microphone. That's.
Is that is Douglas? Is that the first name? Daniel?
I don't know who Douglas is.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what to do. Not okay. He's muted, and maybe he'll call back, or what does he do?
Could also call in via telephone. There should be on the agenda as a phone number to call in, I believe.
Yeah, Douglas, we could, I don't know if you're Mr. Douglas or if you're Douglas, the first name, I'll say Mr. Douglas. Can you call in, because we could not understand, your voice was being, we could not understand what you were saying. Let's try that again. Douglas, if you can unmute. Douglas, can you, or Mr. Douglas, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
There's a phone number.
We are going to have to forego his testimony, I think, because we cannot understand what he's saying. Unless somebody has a better suggestion.
You should call in. There's a number. Here's the number on the screen. It's also in the agenda to call in.
Madam Chair, could we postpone this case till the end of the agenda?
We actually can. It's actually a very simple case. I don't know, do we, I guess we should hear the testimony of the applicant. He does want to speak.
Also via text.
Mr. Douglas, we can still not understand you. I think there's going to be a motion to put your case to the end of the agenda, and perhaps you can remedy the issue. Member Beachside, did you want put this case to the end of the
Sure.
agenda?
In case 2021-004455 at 841 East Alameda Street, I move that we postpone this case until the end of tonight's agenda due to technical difficulties.
Guida seconds.
Roll call vote, please. Alyssa,
Yes, I'm here. So member Beachside,
Yes.
member Bienvenue,
Yes.
member Guida,
Yes.
member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
thank you very much. Mr. Douglas, if you can hear me, we're going to hear your case, but it's been postponed to the end of the agenda. We're going to move on to case 2021-004456. This is at 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca at St. John's College. Daniel, it's your case. May we hear your report, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. So this is St. John's College. We had, I will take you through the main points of this application. This is for solar arrays being constructed at the college. There are three main sites, which I've listed here. There's a set of ground-mounted solar arrays that are quite low to the ground. Then two sets of solar arrays on top of carports, parking lot A and parking lot B. I hope I got that right. Maybe it's C. This is a rendering of what approximately the carports will look like. You can see they're slightly pitched with these T structures that will be painted in a matte color appropriate to the colors of the buildings in the district. Here again, the overview map. Moving to the question of visibility. This is a view from Camino de Cruz Blanca. You can see that pink tape was put up showing the approximate height of the top of the carports. The actual arrays will be not visible because you will see the underside of these carports. So you see how they're tilted. So you'll be looking from, imagine standing over on this side, you'll see the underside, and the actual arrays will not be visible. That's the public. So public visibility is deemed to not be existent from this particular location, although the carports will be visible. Here's another rendering of what they might look like from the parking lot, which is not a public space. Here we stand at the beginning of the trailhead. It's a public trail and that's a public way from which public visibility must be assessed. Looking across the valley towards the college buildings here in the background, you probably cannot see, but I zoomed in earlier. There's a pink line right in the middle of this oval, so that in the distance here, there would be some public visibility of the second set of arrays at public parking lot B. Here's a view walking from the trail when you're down in the arroyo. Looking up, you can see the car park here. Likely there will be some visibility through the trees, behind the trees as you're walking of those carports. So the applicant is applying for an exception for publicly visible solar arrays, in particular for this location, parking lot B. They have done an extensive job to address the criteria for exceptions. The fact is that this is a not easy location to mask The applicant did look at a whole series of possible locations, including the tops of the roofs of the buildings, and found that these would not be appropriate. Here's a more plan of car park A, where the two carports would be located, and parking lot B, where there would be 3 carports. And again, an elevation of the intended structures. Staff recommends approval of the project and finds that the application complies with the design standards, and recommends that the exception criteria have been met. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. So Daniel, how many locations did you say they are proposing to put the these arrays?
There are 3 basic locations as shown on this plan. There's a parking lot here, a further parking lot, and this ground mounted area. Of those, only this parking lot B has public visibility.
So you are saying that parking lot B is the one that's the most publicly visible?
That's correct, from the hiking trail, but not from the road.
And what about parking lot A and the ground mounted one? The ground mounted one is not-
The ground mounted one is lower and will be behind a fence that completely conceals its visibility. Parking lot A, as I said, is shielded by a fence, and also by the fact that it's oriented away from the road, so that the arrays themselves will not be visible, only the undersides of the carports.
Thank you. Member Beachside.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Daniel, the exception is required for the 8-foot coyote fence that's screening the ground mounted panels. Is that correct?
It's actually really only, it's because the ground mounted are screened, and there will not be visible.
So
The-
sorry,
the
the exception is for,
The exception is for parking lot B,
okay,
in which there is no real possibility to screen that location.
got it. Actually, I have a question about the screening for the ground mounted on Camino Cruz Blanca. So that's an 8-foot coyote fence where the allowable height is 6 feet.
I mean, it's 8 feet as long as it's set back from the road. We had a discussion, and as far as I recall, all the maximum height criteria have been met for fence heights.
So that was my question. Does that 8-foot fence do anything to future wall height calculations in skewing them higher than would otherwise?
No, and the 8 foot would be a maximum, assuming a 20-foot setback.
So that's the current allowable now.
Yes, in a non-residential area.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was just going to ask the same questions about getting some clarity on what exactly, what exceptions are needed in this case. So I was also looking at maybe the same document, your background and summary. I don't have a page number. Oh, page 2 of 6. It says that they're building a coyote fence to a height of 8 feet, but then it says the maximum allowable height is 6 feet, 6 3/4 inches.
Yes, but it says will be set back more than 20 feet. That's, yeah, it is a bit confusing. The maximum allowable height refers to fences built closer than 20 feet from the street. However, these are set back 20 feet. And so the maximum allowable height in this instance is 8 feet because it's set back. So again, the maximum allowable height refers to fences that are closer to the streetscape than these.
Okay, well,
so
I
I'm sorry.
appreciate that. It's not what the document says, but that's what you're saying now.
The document is confusingly worded, I admit. It refers to fences that are closer, that are in the streetscape in which a calculation is required.
So normally in your reports, you state what the height of the proposed structure is and then what the maximum allowable height is. So here we have a disconnect because I think it's correct that the proposed height is 8. Then you're saying the maximum allowable height is 6 feet 6 3/4 inches, but that doesn't apply. So what does
It doesn't
apply? What
apply.
does apply is the maximum allowable height for this project.
Is 8 feet. The maximum allowable height is 8 because it's set back further than 20 feet from the street.
No, I heard that part. I'm just wondering, so is that always the case with anything set back, or is that based on a calculation of the streetscape?
No, that's the rule. If it's set back further than 8 feet, then the maximum is dictated by the code that
Okay.
in non-residential areas, it's 8 feet.
I see. So basically, once you're past 20 feet, then you default to the code, which is a standard 8 feet height.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry
Understood.
for
So
the wording.
that explains that. I appreciate that. But then on the 2 parking lot carports, the report indicates that we're reviewing an exception because they're not completely screened, but it seems to me that in addition to the specific code section relating to solar panels, doesn't this also raise issues regarding other aspects of the code, such as cantilevers and style? Just completely separate from the fact that there's solar panels on the roofs of these structures.
Cantilevers.
Yeah, I mean, these are cantilevered carports,
Right.
and cantilevers are specifically prohibited in this district.
That's a good point.
I think Carly has a clarification or she has a comment.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So solar panels are specifically allowed in this district as long as they're screened. And this is a common solar panel structure, and that's how we view that.
Well, I mean, you could imagine these carports being there without any solar panels on them. They're just carports. And then they're placing solar panels on top of them. So it seems to me you have 2 issues there. One is the structure and the other is the panels on top.
Do you want an answer or response from me on that? Or, I mean, that's generally, that's the way we're interpreting it in this scenario, is it's specifically there to support the solar and only that.
Okay.
But doesn't a cantilever have, and Anthony, you can correct me on this, doesn't it only have one support? Anthony?
Cantilever just means a member that extends out without an end to support. This is not a road we want to go down on applying Santa Fe style to solar structures. We already do some pretty ridiculous things about carports in this district. My understanding of this case is that it's an extremely admirable endeavor to offset 100% of the energy use of the campus with this installation that has a minimum visibility. The exception is being requested for the small amount of visibility that the edge of one of these canopies will have from a trail. And I think that's what we should focus on in reviewing the case.
Thank you, Anthony. I agree with you. Member Larson?
Thank you. Yeah, as a board member, I think we are as board members, we're sort of challenged with finding appropriate solutions to sustainability in historic districts. And in this case, this is an extremely appropriate solution. What are the alternatives to this, if not completely changing Santa Fe's energy grid? These things have to happen at a small scale, and of the small scale potential of solar and increasing sustainability in historic districts, this is a big deal. This is a campus that would generate far more energy than a single family residence, or energy consumption than a single family residence. And I always advocate for polar applications in historic building scenarios because they are the least obtrusive. And we cannot deny that we have an ever-shifting cultural landscape with the challenges of climate change. This means that we will have to face the impacts of climate change on an aesthetic level, as well as on a daily scale of livability in historic places. So this is not something we can continue to avoid or put off. This is a perfectly acceptable application of natural colors. It's done its best to blend in with the landscape. I think we see that in the renderings. And again, I just think that, of all of the challenges that we faced with trying to decide on the appropriateness of solar panels in our districts, this should be a very easy decision to make. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Larson. Carly, did you have something to say?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I realized I didn't fully answer Member Bienvenue's question. This very much on Member Larson's trajectory there. In looking at solar panels in historic districts, I thought particularly about how this is handled in many historic districts and how to theme the post. And then ultimately it is a solar array. And so making it fit into Santa Fe style is very difficult. And considering that and just letting it be truly what it is. And that said, adding more post also creates other issues with the parking area. And so that was another consideration on adding that onus. So I hope that better answers that question, Member Bienvenue.
Thank you for that clarification. Member Bienvenue, did you have something further?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it definitely answers the question. My reason for bringing it up is not because that indicates what the right answer is here, but how we go about it. Because I too want to have a clear path towards being permitted to approve sustainable projects within the historic district. The question to me is being very clear and thoughtful and consistent with the code as we go about doing that. And so I disagree with the approach that, well, we want that, so we should interpret the code to get there. To me, we have to figure out a way that the code is properly interpreted and applied in each instance so that we abide by the code provisions that the governing body has given us and the community, and that we set precedents that we want to be followed, not that we don't want to be followed. And so in this particular case, I still believe that this structure has multiple exceptions that need to be considered. beyond just whether it's solar or not and not screened. And I do think that it would be appropriate to consider that this is a cantilevered structure and that it is not within the style guidelines. That does not mean that it's not approvable. To my mind, that just means that we need to be very clear about why we're granting the exceptions, which I would grant in this instance. So that's the point I'm trying to make.
Thank you for your thoroughness, Member Benvenu, as usual. And Attorney Frank. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, what I would just like to see, and I'm not trying to tell the board members how to vote, but if in fact the board members find an exception and vote to approve an exception, I just want to make sure the facts are on the record that support the exception criteria. And whatever the board finds supports the exception criteria is at the discretion of the board. But we do need to show that the departure from the design standards do not damage the character of the district, are required to prevent a hardship to the applicant or injury to the public welfare, and strengthen the unique heterogeneous character of the city by providing a full range of design options to ensure that residents can continue to reside within the historic districts. And let's see here. And then in this case here, if we're talking about a height, pitch, scale, massing, and floor step back exception or floor step back exception, again, we're looking at do not damage the character of the streetscape, prevent a hardship to the applicant or injury to the public welfare, strengthen the unique heterogeneous character of the city by providing a full range of design options to ensure the residents can continue to reside within the historic districts, or due to special conditions and circumstances which are peculiar to the land or structure involved, are due to special conditions and circumstances which are not a result of the applicant, and provide the least negative impact with respect to the purpose of the section. So part of the reason I asked the applicant on the Cerro Gordo application to go back and sort of fill in the record was just to make sure that the record is complete with respect to those criteria. Again, it's the board's discretion. I just want to make sure we have a complete record.
Thank you, Frank, and glad that you want to have a complete record. That is absolutely important. I will ask the applicant. I will recognize the applicant at this time. And who
Eric
is
Johnson.
the applicant?
Eric Johnson.
Okay, Eric Johnson, and he has his hand up, which is for him in. Unmute, please, Mr. Johnson.
Yep, can you guys hear me?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Eric Johnson, 2375 East Camelback Road, Suite 400, Phoenix, Arizona, 85016.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, you heard staff's report. Do you have anything further to add?
Yeah, we just want to say thank you for taking a look at our project and getting out to the site today. And to kind of add on to what we've done in terms of exploring all the options. You know, we provided in our application packet all of the different combinations of solar that we took a look at for this, which was pretty much anywhere that we could fit it, including rooftops, ground mounts, all the carports. You know, and the two things we kept in mind were the original goal of this project was to offset as much energy as possible, 100% if we can. You know, and then also how do we do that with the least amount of visibility? And if you specifically take a look at the rooftops, you know, the biggest hindrance there was the age of the buildings. You know, I think out of the 8 feasible rooftops, size-wise, 5 of them were going to need roof repairs. And then to go along with that, the electrical equipment in all of these buildings is, would require extensive upgrades. If you have a rooftop system this size, we have roughly 1,600 panels that we need to get out there to get to that 100% offset. So if you have 7 rooftops, 8 rooftops, you have 8 interconnections, you have 8 equipment upgrades, and at that point, we focused on the carport sections, and the design that we came up with eliminated the visibility as much as we could. I think the one area that we were kind of lacking is on the hiking trail for parking lot. I think that's actually parking lot C. But that area is heavily vegetated. So we felt that screening was as sufficient as we could get for that section.
Thank you. I do want to thank you for putting up the story poles and the pink ribbons, the pink tape. That helped us a lot in our field trip today in being able to see that.
Yeah, you're welcome. That was a new experience for us. It was kind of cool to see it out there.
Okay, let me see if anybody from the public wishes to comment in reference to this project. I don't see any hands that are up. It appears not. I'll take it back to the board. Board members, is someone ready to make a motion? Member Larson.
I'll give a motion a go. I know that I'll have to clarify the reasoning behind approving these carports which utilize a cantilever. Is that correct? No, okay. So in 2021-004456 HDRB 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca, I move to approve the application as submitted, finding that the exception criteria has been met to install publicly visible solar arrays.
Wait a second.
Anything further? None being, I'll take roll call vote, please.
Yes, Member Beachside?
Yeah, I just quickly would like to say thank you to St. John's College for leading the way as an academic institution in this kind of project. That's fantastic. So yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We will
you.
move to the next case, which is located at 518 Del Norte Lane. And this is Daniel's case. It is case 2021-004493. Daniel?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
For a status review.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You
Okay.
have the floor.
So 518 Del Norte Lane is in the far northern extreme of the downtown and east side historic district. It's a single family structure in a mix of styles dating back to 1935. Here is a rotated view from the air, north being over to the right, and a map showing the dates. Originally began with a small structure of adobe in 1935 and was added onto the rear, then an L shape on the southern end, finally a garage, and then an enclosure in the front, so that the original building is completely encased. Nevertheless, it makes for an interesting structure. Here I've numbered the facades. This is the structure, facades 2B and 3 dating from the 1950s, the 1960s carport. Again, that L shape. This is the front view of the carport and the late 1960s enclosed patio area. And once more, and once more. And from the corner, probably this is the only part of the original house that could be said to be visible. In addition, there is the rear and a carport, which is not historic and thus not currently up for historic static designation. But there it is. Staff recommends that the structure be maintained as non-contributing given its lack of coherent style, and contributing structures usually have an original condition that can be said to be retained. This is not the case in this building. So recommending is for non-contributing status. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Daniel, what architectural style would you characterize this building as? Does it have many? Or is it just funk?
I would say not to put my foot in my mouth. But I think that this left portion here could be said to have elements of the Spanish Pueblo revival style. Other than that, we have elements of what are we calling this? Solar vernacular, and that's as much as I want to say without saying the wrong thing. I think it's a hodgepodge.
Okay, and the number 3, that was built when?
That was built in the 1950s. Let's go back to that. And you can see it here on the small diagram. 1950s refers to this L-shaped section.
Okay. Other members, do you have any questions or comments at this time? It appears not. And who is the applicant? And is the applicant ready to speak? Who is the applicant?
I would have to look for his name. It's escaped my mind at the moment.
Is it the owner? Burhost?
It should be the owner, yeah. It's
Oh, there it is, Scott Burhost. And he has
Scott. That's right, Scott
and
Burhost.
He has his hand up.
Can you hear me? Understand me?
Yes.
Yes.
Melissa, can we swear him in, please?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Scott Burhost. Address is 2615 Sol y Nubes, Santa Fe, 87505.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burhost, you heard staff's report. Do you agree with staff's report to have this as a non-contributing structure?
Yes. Yes.
And did you have anything more to add?
No, I mean it's.
You
it is
just agree
definitely
with what
it's
staff had to say.
Hodgepodge. And the historic, architectural historian kind of referenced that as a, I don't remember. He was referring to the solar clear stories, but he called it a triggerfish, which kind of was funny. But no, I don't have anything more.
Alrighty, thank you. Let me see if anyone from the public would like to speak in reference to this project. No hands up. I will take it back to the board. We have member Guida.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion.
Please do.
Case 2021-004493 HDRB 518 Del Norte Lane. I move that the board maintain the structure's non-contributing status.
Beachside seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much, and thank you, applicant. We will move on to the next case, which is located at 213.5 Delgado Street. This is Angela's case. It's 2021-004457. Angela.
Thank you. Hi, thank you, Chair. Share the screen. Okay. Okay. Here we are. Back at a site that you have visited twice with me as the case planner since I've been here in the year and a half I've been here. This is Delgado Street, and this is it's an informal compound of several homes. You have reviewed new construction directly adjacent to this site where we are tonight is the start, and you reviewed a new construction back here a couple months ago. So this is new construction on a vacant lot. It's accessed from that driveway I showed you off of Delgado, and it's located behind the houses that are there that exist. This house in particular, it's to the east of that house. And the applicant proposes to construct a 2,485 square foot single story residence and yard walls in a recent, well, I'll take you on a little more of a photo tour. This is the entrance. This is the lot looking east. This is the building site right here. And this is from inside the site right here where the building site is, looking back out to Delgado. As I showed you the site plan, this is the floor plan of the new house. Just to orient you, this is north up. And as I stated, the style of the proposed new building is recent Santa Fe style with a combination of Spanish Pueblo revival and territorial revival features. It has wall-dominated stucco walls with 3/4 inch bull-nosed radii at the corners. It has a flat roof. It will have brick coping atop the house and on the yard walls. The parapets will have the typical 3-layered brick pattern on the parapets and 1 layer of brick on the yard walls. A pergola, which is proposed for the southeast corner, has steel beams and posts, and it is not publicly visible. The house's maximum height is 14 feet 3 inches, and it ranges from that down to 11 feet 6 inches, which are all within the maximum allowable height of 14 feet 7 inches in this streetscape. We'll go to the elevations, and the applicant will provide a walkthrough, a walk around, a 3D image, which is probably the best way based on how this went last time. I'll just tell you a little bit about the elevations, and then I think it would be best if we allow the applicant to give you the tour as well. The 4 questions, if that's possible. So this is the west elevation, has a garage door. This here is the yard wall that it encircles or encloses the north elevation of the house, which is the front of the house. This is the front of the house, and the yard walls are proposed across here. So all the windows are casements, awnings, and glass, all divided lights of panes no larger than 30 inches in any of the dimensions. They'll be aluminum clad, and they'll be in Benjamin Moore's Blueberry Hill color. Canales will be fiber span, which is concrete, wood grain, in a dark brown finish. And stucco will be L-raised cementitious adobe. The building features a roof deck behind the parapet, which is not visible, publicly visible. I'm going to go back to these yard wall pictures in a moment, but I want to give you more pictures with the story poles. So this is looking east, directly east from the driveway. These story poles show the corners of the house. So this is the easement here for the houses along this informal compound. So there are guardrails and handrails along the steps to the roof deck that will have custom design, iron, gunmetal finish. They're not going to be publicly visible. And the proposed yard walls will surround the building in heights from 6 feet to 8 feet. The applicant was previously advised by staff that the yard wall maximum allowable height is 6 feet in this streetscape. And for zoning regulations, the yard wall at the rear of the property may be 8 feet. The applicant has varied heights of the yard wall that surrounds the front and north elevation entry. The front gate and the east yard wall will have steel framed openings with custom made wood shutters. The rear yard wall will be an 8 feet untreated coyote fence. So I'll show you the finish. So these are the range of window types, lighted lights, and here's some finishes that give you an idea. These are the canales, the dark brown. This is the stucco color, and these are the window clad color with some brick accents. These are sketches of the artist's designs for a portico and in the yard wall. It's like a little gate, and this is a hand-designed guardrail up to the roof deck, which won't be publicly visible, but adding to this project. I'll go ahead and show you these to give you a better idea of the 3D look. This is the driveway out here. So looking that way is east. This is a west. These are existing. This is an existing building right here. So the house will be, the garage doors back there, and then this faces north with the entry there. And there is a roof deck, but you can't see it. And this is the front of the house. And this is like a northeast elevation of it, the front, the side, and the pergola. And this is actually the true east elevation. And the backyard is this with the 8 feet coyote fencing. Staff recommends approval of the project as it complies with the downtown and east side district standards, as well as the general standards for all H districts. So that completes my portion of the report. And the applicant is Keith Gorgeous, who should be in the waiting room, who has more to offer in the way of a visual walkthrough around.
Thank you, Angela. Angela, would you kindly show us the elevations in terms of and address the wall heights?
Okay, so I'll go to the first elevation. What I did was paired them up in this slideshow where this is the west elevation and this is the west elevation showing where the yard walls will be, the dotted line. You see that? That's
Right,
that, and then
that is a
sorry. 7 feet, I think 9 inches right there. And then it drops here to 7. I can't quite read that, but this front yard wall has, this is the the front of, wait a minute, I'm sorry, this is the east elevation. This is the front of the house. I'm sorry. This is the rear of the house, and that's the 8 feet, which is allowed by zoning, and it's a coyote fence. Yeah, this is the front of the house. This is the entryway. And this is the yard wall. And you can see how it has different levels and drops here down to 6 something.
And the higher part is at what?
I want to say 8 feet. We can ask for more of a clarification of this. And I had put an elevation in here with those, with that yard wall with all those dimensions shown, but for some reason I'm not finding it.
Well, perhaps the applicant can clarify that.
Yes.
So, Angela, do you have photos of the nearby homes in reference? I'd like to look at the walls, the wall heights.
I do. In your packet, there's many photos. In this slide presentation, I just showed the adjacent homes, but I can pull up more photographs of the area.
I don't know.
I mean, out here at the street, it's a low stone wall. This is
Right.
Staccato.
No, but closer to the project there at the rear.
So we're standing here looking west. This is a low rock wall, part of a contributing house right there. You can see that this is probably about 4 or 5 feet with those pilasters. And directly adjacent, I have pictures, and I know the applicant has pictures of some of that, that street, those yard walls and fences in that streetscape, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Offhand, it seems that an 80-foot high wall there at the front is awfully high and not in harmony with the other homes there. I know that a project came to us where they do have a high wall, but that was required. I can't remember the exact reason. Maybe somebody else remembers that they had to do a high wall for some reason under zoning, that they had to meet some kind of a requirement. Angela, do you know anything about that?
Chair Rios, it's a separate case that I didn't work on. I did work on a remodel of that house that was the subject of that case. And I understood that the yard wall there was built right on their property line, and that was their property line, and that their house was very close, so close to it that zoning required an 8-foot wall in that particular case. But that's a separate case, and that condition isn't the same in this site.
Thank you. Carly, did you have something to say?
Madam Chair, sometimes this requires a fire barrier, and I believe it was on Palace Avenue. There was a recent case that I forget the address, but it was for that one particularly.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and another question that I have in reference to the coping, what is that, brick, or what is the coping on that house?
It's brick.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, it appears no one else has questions or comments at this time. Let's take it to the applicant. And it's Keith Gorgeous.
Yes.
And if we can swear him in.
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mr. Gorgeous, can you hear us? Mr. Gorgeous.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you. You need to get sworn in, please.
Yes.
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Keith Gorges. I live at 645 and a half East Palace Avenue.
Thank you.
Mr. Gorgeous, you heard Angela's report. What more do you have to add? And I was having a question in reference to the high walls that are being proposed. If you can
Yes.
address that as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a SketchUp model that we could look at that would take us on a quick tour around the house, or I could jump into the wall heights. I do have a PDF that I could share that shows the wall heights around the front of the house. And then we could discuss that. I also have photographs that I've taken of adjacent properties, one property that is directly 30 feet or 40 feet away, directly across the little lane, where we show the heights of those walls as well.
Okay, please do.
Okay, join as panelists.
I need to stop share.
Okay, and then screen share. Okay, let me do the share of the tour first. Do you all see the animation?
Yes.
Okay, so this animation is very similar to what Angela showed you. This structure is in front of the house that we're proposing, and this is the little lane. So we're essentially standing at Delgado and looking at the structure from there. And then we're going to take a little tour around here. Actually, this is what we consider the front of the house. This is the north side of the house. And this is where we do have, and again, I'll put up the PDF, which shows the exact wall heights. At the pilasters, we do have 8 feet of height at the pilasters at the entry gate right there. And let me skirt around here to this side. This is the east side. This is the side of the house that is facing the project that Trey Jordan had before you a few weeks ago. And this side of the house, the wall heights are, I believe, in the high 6s, maybe around 7 feet. We'll look at the elevations. They're higher here for screening because on the house that Trey is proposing is building next door for his customers, we're looking directly at the garage doors on this side of the house of their house. So that was the intention of having a little bit higher on this side. And then of course, this is the back with the coyote fence and the garage. There are no walls along the garage side. You can see in this area right here, there are no walls. So the wall essentially picks up a little further back here from the garage area. This represents the turnaround, the emergency turnaround, and then the garage entrance. And this also gives you a little bit of an aerial view of the house. So I'm going to stop share on this, and then I'd like permission to share again for PDFs.
Okay, go right ahead.
All right. And are you seeing PDFs now? No.
We are seeing elevations.
Oh, hang on. Let me. Okay. So are you seeing, this is the front elevation of the house. Do you see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, and you can see the pilasters here are 7'10". They are, this is probably the tallest part of the front wall, which is 7'8" as proposed. And then the wall, for most of the wall to the left of the gate, is in the 6'9", 6'7" range. And then a little over 7 feet as we wrap around the corner to that east side, which is facing the house, proposed house with the garage, this being the east side. This is the main bedroom behind it. We have a 6'10" wall, 6'8" out here.
And that's pretty much the extent of the walls at the house. Now, if I could share, this is 209 Delgado. This is directly across the street, literally 30 or 40 feet from this house. It's on the little private lane that our proposed house is on. And this wall is 6'10". And their gate is, the 8-foot mark is right here. So it's actually just a little, it's right around 8 feet tall at the gate in that section there. And then this is at 225.5 Delgado at the back of Gonzalez compound. My understanding is that our streetscape is defined, since we're not on a public right of way, it's just defined by a 500-foot radius, and that we're not allowed to have walls that exceed the height of the tallest wall or fence within that streetscape. Granted, this is a very tall wall, and it's one individual wall in the entire streetscape that does the wall itself, not just the pilaster, but the wall itself does exceed 8 feet in height. This wall and fence is 7'6". It's at 530 East Alameda. And that's what I have for walls.
But what is the height of the, do you happen to know the height of the wall of the homes that are closest to this proposed home?
Well, this one right here is on this. It's literally the closest neighbor. It's within 30 or 40 feet. It's if you're driving down the little lane, our building site is on the right. This house is on the left.
I wish we could get an overall view of the houses that are in that whole lane. Because we have approved other homes, for instance, the home that would be, there's a house that has a carport and that is on that corner opposite and to the right of this proposal. And their wall definitely is not very tall. Their wall.
Curious, I have found those photos. They're in your packet, but I can, if I share my screen, I can walk us around that.
Yeah, would you please?
Immediate vicinity. So I think, let's see. Okay, and you can see that photo. Let's see. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
So go back.
So going into the compound, yeah. So you,
okay, go ahead.
Pardon me. That's from the back. This is directly across the street from this this lot. In fact, we were there today, and the story poles extended pretty close to that right of way. So that wall is about, I think it's 8 feet. Here it is from further back on the site looking north, and you can see, looks like the other side of the lot has a coyote fence and pilasters. This is right across the street, also more towards the north.
Yeah, that's the one that I was referring to.
And that's that house as well, this house. And this is, I think we looked at it, it's at least, this is probably, what was it, 4 feet? And then this is right next to where we were. This is the other lot where there's new construction proposed. And then this project is proposed for right here. It's another perspective of this site. And that's looking directly southwest, back out on the street.
Okay.
And this is the view looking into it from the street. Well, it's further into to the driveway. And these are the story poles. This must be the yard walls. kind of hard to have perspective, but it shows you the outline of the lot and some of the heights. And so then the applicant had put more into the packet, which I put in your packet. These are other examples. This is not in the streetscape. This is 530 East Alameda. And this is, like I showed you, across the street. Across the street, in the rear. That's the entry courtyard wall from Delgado into the compound. It's across the street, 205 Delgado. Across the street, 208 Delgado. This is 210 Delgado. And this is 222. Has a fence with brick coping or yard wall masonry. And then 231 Delgado. Not many yard walls. So I don't want to take up too much more of your time if you already are ready to move on with this case, but
Thank you, Angela. Let me see. Board members have any questions or comments? Board members, any questions or comments in reference to this project? Member Beachside?
Thank you. On the southwest elevation, it appeared to me that there might be a coyote fence in front of the stucco wall. Am I saying that incorrectly?
the south elevation.
Maybe that.
Let me get my
applicant
slides.
can answer.
Yeah, I'll let the applicant address that.
Sure.
I'll find drawings as best I can.
Member Buchheis, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so that is the back of the property. There's an existing coyote fence there at the neighbor's house, and we did not want to disturb their coyote fence. We have proposed adding coyote fence to our side of the property, and then opted to have, instead of a solid wall up against the coyote fence, the option that zoning has offered is that the wall is essentially incorporated into the facade of the house on that side, which is the back side of the house. There's a step in the house, and which allows us to have the 5-foot setback and the coyote fence up against the back of the property.
So there's not a separate, I'm sorry, there's not a separate wall. It's just a coyote fence and then the house. Is that
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Can you tell us what the garage door material is, and also show us where the roof deck is, please?
The roof deck material. Okay, I'm going
The
to
garage door material.
Yeah, the garage door, it's 18 feet by 7 foot with horizontal wood slats, approximately 4 inches tall, applied to the front of the garage door.
Okay, great, thanks. And then the location of the roof deck?
The location of the roof deck, let's see, what would be the best way to show that?
Probably that 3D image that you showed us. from
Yeah,
above.
we could go back to that. I will screen share that image. Okay, so you can see the stairs leading up to the roof deck, which are not publicly visible. They're low at this point, and then they turn the corner and rise up. And then this is the roof deck area right here. And you can see that the house steps up, and the roof deck also has the 3-layer brick coping. So it's indistinguishable from other parapets from down below. And then this section right here steps up. It's from the garage. So this is a lower area.
And how tall is the parapet there around the roof deck?
How tall is it?
Yes, please.
Oh, it would be the requisite 3 feet from the top of the roof deck. Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else, Member Beachside?
I think that's all. Just a comment. I share your concern about the height of those walls. I think that 7 to 8 foot walls are highly unusual in this neighborhood, and it really does prevent us from even seeing the design of the house behind it. So I would be in favor of a recommendation or consideration of lower walls, especially in the front north facade.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else wanting to make any comments or ask a question? It appears not. And let's see, nobody from the public was commenting. Stephanie Beninato has her hand up. She's been sworn in. Yes, Stephanie.
Hello, good evening, Stephanie Beninato. I too am opposed to these high walls. I don't think that they're really characteristic, and I don't know how the person across the way got away with having an 8-foot wall over there. But I don't think that they should be encouraged. And actually, I think that they're produce an unsafe effect in any neighborhood because nobody can see into your yard. And I just think it's not in the good in the interest of the neighborhood to have such high walls. And again, it's not really in harmony. When we look at the other photos that were being shown, there are lots of low walls. And I think that's much more typical, really, of Delgado Street in general. Thank you.
Thank you. It appears no one else from the public has their hand up. I will take it back to the board. Member Guida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, let's hear it.
Case 2021-00447 HDRB 213.5 Delgado Street. I move that the board project is submitted.
Say it again, what?
I move that the board approve the project as submitted.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion? There is not a second to the motion. The motion dies. I will entertain another motion. Mr. Gorgeous has his hand up. Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Gorgeous.
if it would help, I believe the owner would be happy to offer that the walls, we do no walls that exceed 7 feet, maybe with the exception of the pilasters on either side of the gate, which is a fairly typical height in that neighborhood for pilasters as well.
Okay, but you're saying you will go up to 7 feet.
A lot of the wall is down below in the 6'6", 6'8", 6'9" range. Some of it is as high as 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. But to propose that the wall, would that be amenable to make the wall not exceed 7 feet?
And would you consider, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but would you consider maybe 5-foot wall, at least in the front?
I think that would be, I don't really have the authority to approve a 5-foot wall. I think the owner is very concerned about security, and that would be a lower wall than the neighbor, which is the closest, absolutely closest neighbor to us. That would be significantly lower than their wall.
Oh, I thought Angela just pointed out the wall, that one of the neighbors has a wall that's about approximately 5 feet.
That is true, but the neighbor that's closest, which is right across the street from us, their walls range from 6 foot, 6'6" to 7 feet, and with the gate at 8 feet.
Okay, well, let me see. Let me take it back to the board. Let's see what they want to do. Okay, I will entertain another motion. Courageous person, just somebody speak up, please. A member Beachside.
I'll try, Madam Chair. In case 2021-004457 HDRB at 213.5 Delgado Street, I move that We approve the project as submitted with the condition that the north-facing wall not exceed 5 feet in height, with the exception of the piloters, which may be slightly taller in proportion. And that the other walls can remain as proposed to allow for screening of the neighbor's garage and the 8-foot wall in the rear as allowed by zoning.
Is there a second to this motion?
Larson will second.
Larson seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gorgeous.
Thank you.
The next case is located at 914 Canyon Road. This is case 2021-004354. Daniel, your case. May we hear it, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a bit of computer problem in the breaks, so need a moment to get my PowerPoint, but you do have the packet, so I'll read this. Try and do two things at once. 914 Canyon Road is in the downtown and east side historic district. It's in the Spanish Pueblo revival style. It dates back to 1928. The front facade is partially covered by a divided wall, and the front wall creates the effect of a wraparound patio around the house. It has contributing status, and the street-facing facade is primary. The applicant proposes a number of items. The main items are to add a metal trellis to the front of the house, which will be constructed of metal structural members and attached to the primary facade only with a metal plate and a bolt, and thus will be completely removable. We have not required an exception for this, as it's regarded as a reversible measure that will not impact the primary facade. There will be a trellis on the northwest corner of the house with viga and that's hidden. It's hidden behind a viga column, and then again attached by bolts. In the front wall, it's going to take me a moment because I have a connectivity problem to get this PowerPoint. I don't know if Carly might access it more quickly. To insert in the wall, in the front wall, they want to insert an opening. The wall is about 5.5 feet high, and so blocks the communication from a small courtyard into the house. And so an opening should be created, and it will be covered with a metal mesh. This is regarded to not meet the design style standards for the district, and so they're requesting an exception. Other items include to change the garage door on the street-facing facade. The essential design would not change, but it would open in a different fashion and be divided in a slightly different fashion, which would allow it to open more fully. And then other items to redesign the entry gates, and it would also include the same metal mesh as mentioned before. And then to add a new fireplace in the rear, to add a new trellis in the rear, to change some doors in the rear, add 3 fountains, and replace the door. Those are all items that are on the rear of the house on a non-primary facade. So I hope you're able to follow that. I will endeavor to get the PowerPoint going. Staff recommends that the criteria for the style involving the mesh have not all been met, but may be found to be met with further testimony. And with regard to other items, finds or recommends that the project be approved. So I stand for questions, or I can also try and
Yeah, I think,
divert my attention to getting the PowerPoint going.
yeah, Daniel, I think it's really important that people can see the photographs of the house.
Okay, then
So
give me
what we're
a
talking
moment. I need a moment to
Yeah,
see if I can
a
get
house
this.
that's like over 90 years old. It's very close to the road on Canyon Road. And yeah, it's important that we see what we're talking about or what is being proposed.
Madam Chair. Daniel, I think the issue may be with the size of your PowerPoint. But
No, it has to do with the fact that I'm not connected to VPN.
I'm working on opening it, and that's what I'm running into, but I'll let you know as soon as it opens.
Okay, in the meantime, Member Beachside has a question or comment.
Thank you. Yeah, while we're working on that, I wonder if I could just ask, are we doing something different with respect to items 1 and 2, the 2 metal trellises that are attached to the house with lag bolts? They're attached to primary facades. And I thought in the past, we've always preserved like a gap between even a fence or something that attached to the primary facade. Are we viewing that differently now?
I would say that in the past, we've often recommended to applicants to make a separation. The applicant is proposing to essentially just use a single bolt to connect the metal structure to the primary facade. In my view, it seems like something that has a fairly minimal impact. And can be removed. So that would be up to the board if they think that that would be sufficiently intrusive to the primary facade to warrant a change in design. Otherwise, it's up to the board. But as I said, with things like portals where there has been a more invasive connection, then we've required that there be a separate separation, or that it be a separate freestanding structure.
So, oh, here we go. Yay. Are they also wanting a pergola? Is that part of the project or not?
They're calling it a metal trellis.
Okay, now if you could, I see that you have your hand up, Anthony, but if Daniel could walk us through this. Okay, here are the garage gates.
Yeah, so the garage doors, you can see that the garage door, these 2 panels that essentially one slides behind the other, so that in fact it can only be opened halfway. So the idea is to reuse the materials, keep the same basic design, but enable it to fold in the manner of an accordion so that it can open more fully and allow it to be used as a garage. But the materials will remain essentially the same. It will be reused.
So it's going to be used as a garage. What is
it? It is a garage and will be reused as one.
Oh, okay. And what is that in the front of the garage? Is there like a little something there that would impede a car to go in?
Well, what you're seeing are two doors that slide one behind the other.
No, but in front of that, is that a cement something?
I think that's just the lip of the floor. Just
Oh,
the
okay.
floor.
And then will you take us to the area where they want to put this mesh?
So that's the mesh. We had a conversation, Chair Rios, and it's larger than I had reported to you. So it looks like it's about 6 feet wide and 5 feet high, but I think there's a lintel at the top. So maybe a 3 or 4 feet high section where that mesh would be.
What is the purpose of this?
It's to allow a certain visual communication between there's a small courtyard on the inside, so between that courtyard and the street.
Now describe that mesh, that thing again.
I think it would be good to, I don't know that I have a photograph in the PowerPoint, but it's you can see through it, but it's much more or less permeable than say a wrought iron fencing. So it will be constructed of woven metal and with a kind of a dark, almost black finish, non-shiny finish. So you see these things in other, not so much in Santa Fe, but in other cultures where the light should permeate, but not complete visibility.
Okay, and also right there on that little stairs, the stairs there, are they changing that?
Well, what you're seeing is behind the wall. You see there's a dotted line that represents the wall. So the wall is being removed and the gate is essentially at the top of the stairs right before the door. Would not actually be visible from the street because it's hidden by the yard wall.
Okay, but they're not going to do anything to the area where those stairs are? Is that going to be widened or is that going to remain the same?
I believe the dimensions are the same. It's just that they're putting in a gate.
Okay, let's see what Anthony has to say. Anthony.
Thank you. Daniel, just to clarify, the exception is being, and this is a kind of add-on to Jennifer's earlier question. Can you clarify what the exception is being requested for? Is it the new opening with the mesh insert? Or
the mesh itself, which is regarded as not being typical of Santa Fe style. So it's a style exception.
And just that, and not the pergola or
not the pergola
metal structure on a primary facade.
No, that is not being presented for an exception.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It appears no other members have questions at this time. Let's go to the applicant, and that's Richard Martinez. Would you swear him in, please?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Richard Martinez, 1524 Paseo de Peralta.
Thank you.
Hi, Richard. Please tell us something further about this project.
I will. Thank you. First of all, the walls around the house that's between Canyon Road and the house will not be removed. What we were planning to do was that we would extend or make larger the opening between the very little exterior space that we have in the house. As you might imagine, there's if you can see in the on the site plan and the existing floor plan, there's a very small yard in the back behind a wall. And so this really is one of the few spaces where you can come out of the house. And the wall comes up quite high from the upper level. And so we're trying to, yes, you can, just in that photograph that you just had, Daniel, shows that. So we're trying to open that wall. And what we have done, what the owner has done is purchased a metal grill with a wooden frame around it. And we're putting a wooden lintel on top of it. And so we have a photograph of that grill that shows in our exception letter, Daniel, we have a photograph of it there. We're trying to tie that in to the other sort of metal iron railings and things like that that we have in the rest of the project. We're not planning to do any changes to the stairway. We're just going to leave that as it is. When you come up those stairs to go into the front door, the door that you saw, it's blue, that shows in that photograph, is not the front door. The front door is in the corner of the house. And to get there, there's a wisteria that is very nice, but it's very low. And so we have a metal grill, a metal pergola, sort of a trellis that would allow the wisteria to grow on it so that it could be up above your head when you come up the stairs to go to the front door. We're not intending that this would be at all visible because it would only be there to hold up the wisteria. And what we were planning to do at the behind this grill is to actually do the same thing, to have a wooden pergola with a metal trellis behind it that would lightly attach to in a removable way attached to the primary facade that again would hold up wisteria so that we can make some spaces, exterior spaces that would be more inviting and usable, but wouldn't affect the actual structure of the house.
Okay, would you take it back to the photographs? I don't know who's controlling that.
Sorry, I interrupted the presentation. Do you want the photograph of the grill?
Yeah, what Richard is talking about.
He was talking about the trellis.
Yeah, the trellis and let's look at that grill.
Carly, can you, sorry to interrupt it. Can you put your presentation back?
Daniel, I believe Charius is asking to see the photographs of the grill that you had up.
The grill, okay.
Let's look at the front there where that grill is going to be inserted. So there on the left, that's what it's going to look like?
Yes.
Okay.
That's installing the grill that you see on the right-hand side with a wooden lintel above it. And there would be a sitting area behind it. Not a very deep one, like 6 feet deep, from the wall to the house, but enough that a couple of chairs can be put there so that you're viewing the street and the life on the street.
Yeah. So Richard, what is the measurement? What is the width and the height of that proposed grill?
The grill itself is about 3.5 feet tall and about 6 feet wide.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Member Benvenue has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. More of a comment than a question. Just looking at the grill, I have to say I agree with staff that it's made of material and design that is actually not harmonious with the district or with the house. I know it's a common misconception in Santa Fe to take ethnic materials and work from India and other places and think that they fit Santa Fe in the most generic style version, but that actually is not something that's traditional work for this area. It looks like it's got a teak frame, which further adds to the character of it looking like something that was imported probably from India, maybe from Serret & Sons, and which can be beautiful, but I don't think, especially at that size and that location, that is harmonious with the streetscape. I don't have any objection to the opening per se, but I think it should be in materials that are traditional for the area. And on the other hand, so I agree with staff on that. I disagree though on the trellis not being an addition to a primary facade since it's bolted to it. And that just seems to me that that's the very purpose of saying no additions to primary facades, is to prevent attachments. It's not to protect the building or make them removable, and nor is this particular bolted concept for the purpose of removing it at a later date. It seems to me it's just for the purpose of evading the requirement of no additions to a primary facade. So I would think an exception would be needed for that as well.
Oh, thank you for your comments,
Thank
Member
you.
Larson.
Thanks. Yeah, I would also point out sort of the incompatibility between wisteria and stucco, historic structures in particular, just don't really fare well with, aggressive vine plants. And so that's just a practicality issue that, I would raise. Maybe the owner's, fine with maintaining that kind of thing, but just something to consider in our decision, maybe. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Larson. Member Beachside.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Member Bienvenu. I do think, regardless if these are considered exceptions or not, the addition of the proposed addition of the trellises does interfere with the primary facades. So whether it's an exception or not, I think that's something we have to consider. I can only assume that this house has a new owner because we did hear this case not so long ago, and I remember discussing one of the key defining characteristics of this house is the structural, sculptural stucco elements, like the walls that sort of run at angles. And we were very careful to simplify the metal additions of the railings along the stairs so that they wouldn't interfere with that facade that presents to the street. This is a very old house. It's almost 100 years old. I think it's surrounded by some pretty important historic houses, both on the back and to its east. And I think messing with the facades by adding a lot of metal is really not in keeping with what this house contributes to Canyon Road. I also think the addition of the portal with the corbels and beams is not reflected anywhere else in this house, and that's a completely new element that's being added. So really, overall, I don't think that what's proposed does anything to continue to preserve what this house contributes to this pretty special street.
Thank you for your comments, Member Beachside. Member Larson, you have your hand up. You've already made your comments.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, absolutely, Richard. I'm going to go to you.
Yes. It is true that the grill is probably Indian and was purchased by the owner for this for this purpose. It is possible that I could do a sort of a wooden a grill instead of this to have some sort of a visual access from this courtyard to the streets. Maybe a sort of a little viga or pole sort of opening that would be not so far apart that it would allow children or dogs to get through. But maybe I could design something totally in wood that would be more in keeping with the style of the house.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Let's see if there's anyone from the public that wishes to comment. And it's Stephanie Beninato. She's been sworn in. Yes, Stephanie.
Stephanie Beninato. I agree with members Bisha and Bienvenue, and Larson as well, about the use of that grill in the wall. I don't really object to opening that wall to some extent. I think 6 feet long is a really big grill opening, though, and not really harmonious with other grills of that nature to open the wall up so you could see out a little bit. And also the whole thing of calling a pergola a trellis. It's all this word game, and it's on the primary facade. I don't care if you can take it off or not take it off. It's on the primary facade. It will interfere with the primary facade, and I would urge you not to allow that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take it back to the board. I don't know, board members, what avenue you're going to take, but it appears no one else has further comments or questions. I will entertain a motion. I will give you a minute to think about how you want to state the motion. Okay. Member Bienvenue.
I will try. Thank you, Madam Chair. In case 2021-4354 HDRB 914 Canyon Road, I would move that this matter application be postponed to a date certain to provide an opportunity for the applicant to return with revised plans taking into consideration the concerns expressed by the board.
Is there a second to this motion?
Larson will second.
Roll call vote.
Member Bisha,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. Richard,
So, sorry, just to clarify, that would be for December 14th.
I guess if everything is set up or is submitted.
Well, date certain is
Finally.
usually the next hearing.
If that's doable, that would be,
Yeah.
that would be what I would incorporate into the
And we
motion.
have to contact Richard to make sure that he has his submittal in at by a certain date, correct? To meet that deadline, to be on the December 14th meeting. You have that conversation with Richard, okay? It'll be December the 4th, the next meeting, if he has everything ready. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All righty. So I guess we will go back to, was it the Norte Lane? No, let me see. Yes. which is the case that we, hold on a second, I've got to look at my notes. Apologies. No, it's,
East Alameda, right?
it's 841, sorry, East Alameda. And it's case 2021-004455. And I sure hope that that we can hear the applicant, and this needs to be taken off the taken off so that we can hear it. Who was the maker of that motion? Oh, it was Jennifer.
Okay, can you
Oh, I'm
hear?
sorry. Do I need to make another motion?
No.
Oh, okay.
Anthony's going no. We don't just, okay, I thought that we had to,
Am I being heard?
yes,
Yes.
finally, yay.
Well, what a wonderful evening spending with you this evening,
Oh,
even though I was first on the new business agenda.
sorry about that.
I am Douglas Maas from DMAS Construction.
Okay, I'll need to go.
Okay, hold on a little minute, okay? I'm gonna call on you in just a minute. But we're gonna have to rehear the case.
Gotcha.
Or Daniel, this was just installing skylights and changing doors was.
Yeah, so installing skylights, replacing non-historic windows, and replacing doors with doors of a slightly different design while maintaining the same opening.
Okay, and this is a non-contributing building, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Member Larson, you have your hand up. Did you want to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I appreciate how the changes that are proposed sort of break up the massing a little bit. I think it really adds to the look of the structure.
Thank you for your comments, and no other questions from board members. So I will take it to the applicant, and applicant, you do need to get sworn in.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. I am Douglas Maas, owner of DMAS Construction, 2108 Calle Tecolote, Santa Fe 87505.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moss. What do you have to tell us? About this
There's
project
really,
to what
thank
staff
you.
has told us?
Thank you, Chair Rios. There's really not much to say. These are changes that are totally in accordance with the historic district that we are in. This is the third remodel on 841 East Alameda that we have done in recent years. And I think it complies with everything that is needed to satisfy the needs of the district. And we look forward to your approval, and I stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Members of the board, do you have any questions for Mr. Moss? Let me see. No questions, and let me see if anyone from the public wants to comment on this project. I don't see any hands. I'll take it back to the board. And sorry, sir, about the confusion earlier, but you were coming in we just couldn't understand you.
Well, it was on my end, so thank you.
Member Guida?
To make a motion,
Yes, please.
case 2021-004455 HDRB 841 East Alameda Street, Unit A. I move that the board approve the project as submitted.
Larson,
Is there a
second.
second? I'm sorry, who seconded?
Larson will second.
Larson, okay. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, applicant. And that's the end of the cases this evening. Any discussion items? Staff? Carly is saying no. Thank
No,
you.
ma'am.
Any matters from the board at this time? It appears not. So members, I know you want to hear this word. We are adjourned and I thought we were gonna get done by 9:30, and I'm 9 minutes off. It's 9:39. So anyway, our next meeting will be December the 14th, correct? And we shall see you then. Have a nice Thanksgiving, everybody, and spot you on the 14th.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. Happy
Thank you.
Thanksgiving, everyone.
Thank you.
Night, everyone. Thank you
Good night.
for your time.